Chapter 788. Northern Plains, Taichio. An intense battle had reached its most crucial moment. On one side were 3 Gu masters, on the other side was a myriad beast sheep group. The 2 Gu masters were at the front, but they were forced to retreat in front of the aggressive sheep group. The person at the back was wearing a white robe that was stained with blood. His face was like jade, but his expression was fatigued. He was breathing roughly and his eyelids were drooping. Suddenly, there was a roar. A myriad beast coiling mountain goat king led the elite sheep group and charged towards the 3 Gu masters. The charging speed was getting faster. The sheep groups on both sides were like waves in a torrential tide, scattering and opening up a path. In a few breaths of time, the goat king was already in front of them. "Young master, let's retreat! The situation is urgent. We will hold up the rear, young master, there is still a long way to go." The 2 Gu masters at the front saw this. Their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted. But the person behind them seemed to be in a bad state, as if he did not hear them. One of the Gu masters had a resolute expression. He made a decision and said, "Dong Pakong, you are a flying master, quickly retreat with young master. I will hold up here." Gu master Dong Pakong's body shook. He looked at his comrade with hesitation. Tan Wu Feng. The Gu master who wanted to stay behind was Tan Wu Feng. He was a demonic path Gu master in his early years. Together with water demon Hao Ji Lu, they were known as the Wind and Water Demons. They were famous in northern plains. Hao Ji Lu joined He Lulan, but Fan Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and he died. In contrast, Wind demon Tan Wu Feng joined Dong Fan Yuliang. He lost in the Imperial Court contest, but managed to preserve his life, turning from demonic to righteous. He had always been a subordinate of Dong Fang tribe's previous tribe leader, Dong Fan Yuliang. But now, Tan Wu Feng was holding up the rear, fighting against the myriad beast sheep group alone. He was using his own life to fight for precious time for his comrades, to let them retreat. There was no hope of survival, it was a death sentence. Dong Pakong was shocked and moved. Although Tan Wu Feng was strong, as a righteous path cultivator, he had the motivation to join Tan Wu Feng. Loyalty, he was filled with doubts. Other than doubts, there was also slight disdain and disdain. However, at this moment, the doubt, contempt, and disdain in Dong Pakong's heart vanished completely, and it transformed into a feeling of guilt and sorrow. In a moment of sincerity, he blurted out, "Good brother. I'll bring young master there." Tan Wufeng's eyes widened. Looking at the flock of sheep that was almost within reach, he was extremely anxious and cursed. "What are you waiting for?" Dong Pakong turned around and left while 2 streams of hot tears flowed down from his eyes. He knew that he had to race against time. If he wanted to escape, Tan Wufeng's sacrifice alone was far from enough. On the way to escape, he still needed his flying master's full strength. Even so, the chances of success were less than 30%. However, at this moment, the blood-stained Gu master suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and roared, "7-star lamp!" As he shouted, his whole body shot up. 7 lumps of lights of different colors circled around the white-clothed Gu master's body. Whoosh! A large amount of star thoughts, with the support of the killer move 7-star lantern, burst out. In an instant, this expanse of heaven and earth was dyed in a sparkling and translucent azure color. The starlight was resplendent and dazzling, and it illuminated the faces of the flock of sheep that were caught off guard. The coiling mountain sheep's myriad beast king screamed in fear, but the inertia was too great. The sheep group fell into the countless star thoughts. "Young master! Lord Yuliang!" Tan Wufeng and Dong Pakong saw this. They were shocked and joyful. A vast number of star thoughts formed into a huge nebula that rumbled intensely. After a while, the star thoughts were mostly destroyed. The myriad beast sheep king and dozens of elite sheep could be seen. The sheep group lost their sheep king and started to fall apart. Under the splitting of several thousand beast sheep kings, the huge sheep group split into many groups and retreated in all directions. The blood-stained white-clothed Gu master slowly landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Even though he dealt a fatal blow and managed to turn the situation around, he was already at the end of his rope. Young master! Tan Wufing and Dong Pekong quickly went up and supported this Gu master's arms. This Gu master was Dongfang Yuliang. After the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori, died, he was the inheritor of his legacy. His face was frighteningly pale, he resisted the dizziness and forced a smile. All right, we finally forced back this myriad beast sheep group, we can take a breather now. Young master! Tan Wufing and Dong Pekong looked at each other, they were moved and in admiration. Dong Pekong supported Dongfang Yuliang as he sat down slowly, he could not help but urge. Young master, Tai Chio is one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. We have been here for 3 days and have already met more than 10 beast groups. The group of more than 10 people has only the 3 of us left. It is not important that I die here. But young master is precious. If this continues and something happens to you, what should we do? In this situation, why don't we retreat and try again next time? Dongfang Yuliang sat on the ground. He smiled bitterly as he shook his head. You don't understand the situation. This is my last and only chance. I have already staked it all on this. I am like an arrow that has been shot. There is no turning back and I cannot turn back. We need to make use of this time to rest and recover our battle strength. With that, he closed his eyes, held 2 primary stones in his hand, and entered into a state of rest. Dong Pekong and Tan Wufing looked at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They nodded and sat down beside Dongfang Yuliang, taking out yuan stones and starting to meditate. Outside Tai Chio, Gu immortal Lu Qingming retracted his gaze as he praised. To think that a mere mortal like Dongfang Yuliang could enter so deep into Tai Chio. This time, he pretended to be weak and lured them in. The coiling mountain myriad beast goat king sent itself to him for a decapitation tactic. He actually passed this obstacle. Gu immortal Han Dong, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly. This Tai Chio is one of the 10 great fierce areas. There are desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts here. Even us Gu immortals do not dare to enter. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance land here to guard against us. Gu immortal Su Guang added. That's right. Dongfang Yuliang and the rest are mortal Gu masters. They have weak auras. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts do not care about them. With Dongfang Changfan's map, they only met ordinary beast groups along the way. They entered deep into Tai Chio. If we go and a trace of our Gu immortal aura leaks out, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts would be alerted and resist us. Gu immortals are here. The other 2 Gu immortals heard this and sensed something. They looked towards the southeast. Over there, 3 Gu immortals had just arrived. They were dressed in black robes and wore masks, only their eyes were exposed. Had another person who wants a share of the loot. Han Dong's eyes shined with a dark light, he said in a cold tone. The 3 black-robed Gu immortals stopped. They were none other than Fairy Li Shan, Fan Yuan, and He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan was a famous Gu immortal in Northern Plains. She had made an agreement with Dongfang Naganori to not take his inheritance. She could not show herself. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan and He Luan were involved in the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. They had to hide their faces. The 3 stopped and floated in the air. They were at the periphery of Tai Chio. They did not go in. They first looked at Dongfang Yuliang and the other 2, then looked around. He Luan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is truly attractive. There are so many Gu immortals at the periphery of Tai Chio. I have already found more than 20. Fairy Li Shan continued. I have found 26. Most are demonic path Gu immortals, but there are also Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Fan Yuan took a quick glance and found only 19 Gu immortals. Even though his battle strength had risen, his investigative methods could not compare to the veteran Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. As for He Lulan, she was actually superior to him in terms of scouting. This made him secretly vigilant. No wonder Dongfang Yuliang is in a hurry to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. It seems that Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals are also after this inheritance. After all, if they obtain this inheritance, they have a chance of becoming the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. Even their own Gu immortals cannot resist this temptation. Fairy Li Shan sighed. Did Dongfang Naganori make a mistake? He made an agreement with the Righteous Path super forces to not attack each other, but he left out his own Gu immortals. He Lulan said as she frowned. She felt that Dongfang Naganori would not be so careless. Dongfang Naganori is the #1 wisdom path person in Northern Plains. He left the inheritance clue in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. This wisdom path method cannot be easily broken. Right now, the Gu immortals are coveting it, but they are not making a move. It seems they are waiting for Dongfang Naganori to activate the inheritance before snatching it. Fan Yuan said. He wanted to obtain the complete wisdom path inheritance. A wisdom path inheritance, the more complete it was, the more valuable it would be. But now, it seemed that his wish was going to fail. There were so many Gu immortals after the inheritance. When they fight for it, it was very likely that they would split it up. But thankfully, my battle strength has risen a lot this time. I can put up a fight. When we fight for it later, I cannot stand out and cause everyone to gang up on me. I need to strategize. Fan Yuan decided on his strategy. Even though he had strong battle strength, there were many Gu immortals now. He could not fight them all alone. Of course, he was not stupid enough to fight them all alone. However, right at this time, a change occurred. A dazzling light flashed and faded. Dongfang Yuliang, Tan Wufeng, and Dong Pekong were nowhere to be seen. This is a teleportation Gu formation? It was hidden underground. We actually did not discover it. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were not so simple after all. This Taichio is not the true inheritance location, but it is the obstacle that obstructs us. Quick, while the traces of the Gu formation are still around, we need to go and find the clues. The Gu immortals realized at once. They appeared and charged towards the depths of Taichio. Roar, roar, roar! Chapter 789. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient desolate beasts among them. The Gu immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these Gu immortals. In the eyes of these alerted desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Taichio, they had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden. They could not be disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits. They had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength. They even had to work together to defend Taichio. To humans, Taichio was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands. They were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united. Because of the wisdom path inheritances, they were wary of each other. They could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Taichio and destroy the traces of the teleportation Gu formation. It would be hard for the Gu immortals to track them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious. In an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts. We might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation Gu formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Roar! A fast desolate beast got into contact with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal was called Hirua. She was known as Peacock Flying Immortal. She cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other goo immortals, becoming the goo immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some goo immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off? Waves surged as a rank 7 goo immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This goo immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding goo immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 goo immortal Pai Shui-han. People of the demonic Dao cultivated both the ice and water Daos. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock flying immortal Hiroa saw that Pai Shui-han was blocking her path. But she did not dodge. Instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal goo gushed out. Hiroa activated the immortal goo. The greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. In the blink of an eye, the green bird's body expanded by 30%. 3 golden orchid finch tails grew on her back. Her speed rose sharply. She passed the waves and continued to fly towards the goo formation. Pai Shui-han miscalculated. He laughed instead of getting angry, saying in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, after participating in the Northern Plains auction, you think you have the capital, hee hee." As he spoke, he raised both of his arms high up. With 2 loud sounds, waves rose to the sky, forming into 2 tall walls that blocked the green bird's path. Meanwhile, Pai Shui-han's speed did not decrease. He stepped on the waves and chased after Hiroa. Hiroa did not dare to fight Pai Shui-han. She raised her head and flapped her wings, flying into the sky. But no matter how high she flew, the waves in front of her also rose. Pai Shui-han snickered as he got closer. But Hiroa did not want to fight. She wanted to escape. Pai Shui-han could not do anything to her in the short term. Just as the two were clashing, a figure suddenly leaped out from the other side like thunder and lightning. This person was tall and muscular. His skin was bronze in color. Lightning coiled around his body. His speed was even faster than Hiroa. Fan Yuan felt that this person was familiar. He willed and recognized him as Divine Lord Tian Du, this immortal cultivated lightning path. Back then, he and Shirho had forced Zombie Alliance's immortal zombie Gu Yi to use an immortal Yuan stone to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Divine Lord Tian Du saw that Pai Shui-han and Hiroa were chasing and escaping. He used a movement killer move and shot out. Soon, he surpassed everyone and became the person closest to the teleportation Gu formation. Ha! Divine Lord Tian Du saw that the Gu formation was getting closer. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. "Take care, Divine Lord!" A white-robed scholar abruptly appeared in front of the divine realm of Heaven Capital, accompanied by a slow and unhurried voice. "Ah, free scholar!" Divine Lord Tian Du's expression changed when he saw this person. His speed plummeted. He knew that he was not the rank 7 Gu immortal free scholar's match. He quickly shouted, "Shirho, quickly lend me a hand!" Shirho's eyes twitched. He had no choice but to show himself beside Divine Lord Tian Du. He was a burly man with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. Divine Lord Tian Du shouted as he pushed with his palms, sending out a lightning dragon. At the same time, Shirho also used a mortal killer move towards Free Scholar. These two were not weak among rank 6 Gu immortals, otherwise, they would not have dared to extort Zombie Alliance members. Right now, the two of them worked together and attacked fiercely, attracting many gazes. "Come!" Free Scholar smiled lightly. He flicked his palm as 2 immortal Gu flew out. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Shirho and Divine Lord Tian Du spat out blood as they retreated. Free Scholar stood on the spot calmly. He fought 2 against 1, forcing back Shirho and Divine Lord Tian Du. The immortal Gu he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture. Nobody could see them clearly. Let's go! At this time, in another direction, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming shouted. Gu Immortal Su Guang and Han Dong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the Earth-traveling 3 elites! Stop them! Be careful, when they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light. The light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 Gu Immortals working together. The killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably. They got close to the Gu formation. There were only 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 Gu Immortals either. For example, Qin Baixing, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the Gu Immortal world, most Gu Immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength. They were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully. There were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation Gu formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the Gu formation. However, at this time, a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts. This one actually has concealment Gu. The 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha ha ha, their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the Gu Immortals were shocked, some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Taichio's desolate beasts had already surrounded the Gu Immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hoofed ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood-tongue tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi-Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 Gu Immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and Gu Immortals fought intensely, while the Gu Immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the Gu Immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fan Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around edgily, unknowingly getting closer to the Gu formation. Moo! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fan Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me? Gu Immortal's Wujan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fan Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tian Du, who was far away, sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fan Yuan stopped them. Don't move, let me use my method. As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul coat Gu, breath concealment Gu. Countless mortal Gu danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal Gu was at the center. It was the strength path immortal Gu, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal Gu weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal Gu's self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fan Yuan had already made preparations. He had activated this strength path phantom army in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self, first style, giant hand. Fan Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fan Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength goo. They entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fan Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed, lightning shuttle immortal goo was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards goo immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Chapter 790. Fan Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect. It immediately attracted many goo immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet goo to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the goo master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining goo worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using goo, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Fan Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move myriad self could be said to have broken through the barriers. It allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse. It was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path. He had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension, thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom goo. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move myriad self. In the whole process, Fan Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment, wisdom goo, immortal ascension, and imperial court blessed land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move myriad self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Fan Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, even though myriad self was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero. Using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move myriad self. Fan Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against Heiqing, the strength path phantom army forced Heiqing and Shuesongzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in myriad self. But now, the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength goo. It was these ancient goo worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Fan Yuan's body. There was another crucial point: self-strength immortal goo. If it was the previous cleanse soul immortal goo, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. Hei Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal goo. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Fan Yuan used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to save He Lulan and obtained her strength path true meaning. These true meanings were the final catalyst for Giant Hand. Because of all these factors, the current Giant Hand was formed. Self-strength Immortal Gu was indeed the most suitable core for the immortal killer move Myriad Self. With its participation, Myriad Self's development would take a step further. It would truly be able to transform enslavement and strength path into each other. Fan Yuan used this move instead of letting out the strength path phantom army in his immortal aperture. He naturally had his considerations. These strength path phantoms all resembled his appearance. Right now, he had committed a huge crime, but needed to conceal his traces. Especially after the auction, his identity had been further exposed. And the killer move look-alike had yet to be deciphered using Wisdom Gu. Giant Hand was suitable for the current Fan Yuan. It had great power but would not expose his identity. The giant fist continued to smash towards Shuozhan. Shuozhan broke out in cold sweat. He retreated quickly, getting further away from the Giant Hand. With a swoosh, the immortal Gu lightning shuttle, which had just been imprisoned, broke out of the Giant Hand and flew towards its owner. Divine Lord Tian Du. Fan Yuan was not surprised. The design of Giant Hand was indeed influenced by formless hands in the dark. But there was a huge difference between the two. Giant Hand was a strength path killer move, while Formless Hands was the pinnacle of theft path. Formless Hands could capture Immortal Gu, while Giant Hand could only imprison them temporarily. It was already a good result. Fan Yuan slowly retracted his move. In a few breaths of time, the Giant Hand gradually disappeared in the air. During the entire process, his right arm was creaking. Even his strength path immortal zombie body was showing signs of being unable to hold on. Now that he retracted his move, his firm and powerful arm actually turned limp. The tendons under his skin were almost all broken. His arm bones were full of cracks, his blood vessels ruptured, and his muscles were in a mess. Giant Hand absorbed strength from the countless strength path phantoms and condensed it on Fan Yuan. The condensed strength was too great. Fan Yuan was like a cornerstone. The Giant Hand I used this time only gathered the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. But the power of Giant Hand can only reach this level for now. Giant Hand can be strengthened, but my body has already reached its limit. Fan Yuan thought regretfully in his heart. His arms slowly hung down, covered by a wide black sleeve. In a short period of time, relying on the strong recovery ability of his immortal zombie body, his arm had already recovered. Even so, the power of Giant Hand was shocking enough. Shuozhan was covered in cold sweat as he retreated several li. His gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with shock and fear. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously pulled away from Fan Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's faces, which were covered by their black robes, also showed a strange and complex expression. The power of Giant Hand. They were both inwardly alarmed and wary. But right now, Fan Yuan was on their side as an ally. The two of them could not help but rejoice. These two feelings were mixed together. Naturally, the feeling was indescribable and complex. Especially He Lulan, she sensed that Giant Hand had the aura of her own killer move. She felt a slight sense of defeat. Far away, Free Scholar Yun forced Divine Lord Tian Du to retreat, grabbing Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Divine Lord Tian Du was anxious. He quickly used his method. Only then did he manage to take back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. Free Scholar did not achieve his goal, but he was not discouraged. He smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Fan Yuan. Such a powerful immortal killer move! In the depths of his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashed across. This is true rank 7 battle strength! Lu Qingming and the rest had just returned to the periphery of Taichio after killing the ruined bat. Seeing this, their expressions were filled with wariness. Who is this? Pai Shuihan guessed. Giant Hand had just appeared. It was not a familiar immortal killer move. This is a strength path immortal killer move. Is it domination immortal Chu Du? Many Gu immortals could not help but guess. There was only one strength path Gu immortal with such battle strength in Northern Plains. But right after that, everyone shook their heads in their hearts. With Chu-Du's style, he would not conceal his tracks like this. Tian-Du Divine Lord took back Lightning Shuttle Immortal Gu. He quickly looked around. Towards Free Scholar. He did not want to fight anymore. But now, it seemed that Fan Yuan was a tough opponent. He was also an iron plate. The three elites of traveling Earth had also rushed back. He knew that he could not take advantage of this with his strength. His expression turned ugly. Although this was a long story, it happened in a short time. Fan Yuan released Giant Hand before stopping. His arm drooped down. Under countless gazes, he returned to Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. He purposely lowered his head, not making a sound, as if what he had done earlier was insignificant. Fairy Li Shan walked in front, he walked behind her, walking side by side with He Lulan. Seeing this, everyone could not help but feel bewildered. Fan Yuan and the other two were wearing black robes. Their clothing was the same. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Seeing that Fan Yuan was willing to stay at the back, the Gu Immortals could not help but guess that He Lulan, who was beside Fan Yuan, had battle strength similar to Fan Yuan. And at the front, Fairy Li Shan, who was acting like the leader, might even have higher battle strength than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. This simple action was even more shocking than the giant hand earlier in the eyes of many Gu Immortals. Even though the Immortals knew that Fan Yuan was trying to deceive them, when Fan Yuan and the other two landed on the ground and touched the teleportation Gu formation to capture traces of Dongfang Yuliang and the rest, nobody stopped them. The Immortals silently acknowledged the strength of Fan Yuan and the rest. Of course, the main reason was that the Wisdom Path inheritance had not been found yet. The Gu Immortals were astute, there was no need to fight now. In the earlier fight, they were mainly probing and obstructing, they did not reveal their trump cards or attack with full strength. Fan Yuan and the other two searched for clues together. After a few breaths of time, they gasped in surprise. "What a good teleportation Gu formation!" Fairy Li Shan purposely said in a hoarse voice. As expected of Dongfang Naganori, he purposely left behind a Gu formation to mislead us. He Lulan continued. The clues here definitely have the correct answer, but to find Dongfang Yuliang, we will need luck. Fan Yuan continued. What do you mean? A Gu Immortal did not understand, he asked loudly. Fan Yuan and the other two did not answer, they suddenly flew into the sky. They left Tai Chiu and split into three directions, vanishing from everyone's sight. Next, Free Scholar also landed on the ground. He investigated and found that Fan Yuan and the rest were not lying. It turned out that Dongfang Naganori had tampered with the teleportation Gu formation. He did not intentionally destroy the Gu formation, because this Gu formation could only teleport mortal Gu masters, it could not teleport immortals. After destroying the Gu formation, capable Gu immortals would be able to find even the slightest clue and find Dongfang Yuliang. After all, Dongfang Naganori was good at scheming, he was not good at setting up a teleportation Gu formation. But purposely leaving behind clues and hiding the correct clues, it was hard to distinguish them from the real ones. This way, the Gu immortals would split up, even if someone found Dongfang Yuliang, it would greatly reduce the latter's pressure. Earlier, Fan Yuan and the other two chose the three most likely directions. Free Scholar thought about it. He chose the fourth direction and left Tai Chiu. After him, the Gu Immortals arrived one by one, they obtained the clues and left in all directions. Finally, only Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals were left. These Gu Immortals are really crafty, none of them destroyed the teleportation Gu formation. Even if they destroyed the Gu formation, there would be clues left behind. These demonic path Gu Immortals could reach this point, they would not do something so unrewarding. That's right, they are still hoping that even if they fail, someone will find the correct clue. By then, they will cause a commotion and go fight for it. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Chapter 791. Alright, let's go down and see if there are any clues. Dongfang Wenxiu said as he deactivated his concealment method, arriving at the place where Dongfang Yuliang vanished. First Supreme Elder, didn't Lord Dongfang Naganori specially take care of him before his death? The clan Gu Immortals beside him were very puzzled. That's right, First Elder specially summoned us here. Right now, the entire tribe has no Gu immortal battle strength left to defend it. I thought that the Great Elder already had some clues in his hands. The Gu immortals expressed their worries. Dong Fang Wanxiu heaved a long sigh, saying in a melancholic tone, "Don't call me First Elder, in my heart, only Lord Dong Fang Naganori is our tribe's first Supreme Elder. We all know that Lord Wanxiu was personally guided by Lord Changfan. But now, Lord Changfan has already passed away, who can avoid death? In my opinion, we need to focus on the present." Right. Right now, this matter concerns Lord Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. It attracted so many demonic path Gu immortals. Although our tribe is one of the super forces, if we are not careful, we might face the danger of being overturned. We need to be prudent in our actions. If not for Lord Wanxiu speaking frankly that this was Lord Changfan's arrangement before his death, we would have to leave behind at least one Gu immortal battle strength to guard against the unexpected and preserve our tribe's seed. Now that we are all gathered here, it is very dangerous. The Gu immortals followed closely behind Dong Fang Wanxiu, speaking one after another. Dong Fang Wanxiu waved his hand. "Everyone, don't be anxious. Although I do not have the correct clues, I have a way to obtain the correct clues." Saying so, he closed his eyes. He calmly inspected the aura clues left behind by the teleportation Gu formation. The aura of the Gu formation was ever-changing. Every time Dong Fang Wanxiu inspected it, it would be different. Dong Fang Wanxiu followed the instructions given to him by Dong Fang Naganori before his death. He memorized these aura clues and continued to investigate them. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and flew into the air, saying to the others, "Follow me." "Where is this place?" Dong Fang Yuliang gradually woke up from his coma. He opened his eyes, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. He had a splitting headache. In fact, it wasn't just his head. His entire body was covered in wounds. His internal organs were bleeding, and there were fractures in many places. I followed the map left behind by Lord Changfan, and have only walked halfway. How did I end up here? Dong Fang Yuliang was puzzled. He pondered. At the same time, he immediately began to heal his injuries. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and methods, his injuries were quickly healed. I remember the three of us were meditating and absorbing the primeval energy in the Yuan Stone when the teleportation Gu formation activated and teleported us here. Could it be that the map that Master Dong Fang Naganori left me is also fake? Or rather, the latter part was fake. The real destination is halfway there. Dong Fang Yuliang felt that this guess was more reliable. Based on his understanding of Dong Fang Naganori, Dong Fang Naganori's temperament was really capable of doing such a thing. This arrangement. It was also to prevent a wisdom path Gu immortal from making a move. The Gu immortals of other paths were afraid of breaking the clue of Dong Fang Yuliang, and were wary of each other, thus they chose to stay behind and wait for an opportunity. Wisdom path Gu immortals had the ability to search the mind and extract the clues from the map. They could definitely find the correct clues. Tan Wu Feng and Dong Pekong were teleported together with me, but they are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it was nearby, but who knew? I should find them first before exploring this palace. After a while, Dong Fang Yuliang healed his injuries and started to search around. Looking around, he found that this place seemed to be a group of palaces. And he himself was inside one of the palaces. The palace was luxurious and dilapidated, it was a huge ruin. Dong Fang Yuliang was vigilant, but there was nothing in the palace, no enemies had appeared. Tan Wu Feng. Young master. After walking for a while, Dong Fang Yuliang met Tan Wu Feng. The latter was also looking for him. Not long after the two met, they found Dong Pekong at the exit of the palace. Dong Pekong was still unconscious, lying on the ground. Dong Fang Yuliang and Tan Wu Feng worked together to save him. The three reunited and were overjoyed. Naturally, Dong Fang Yuliang was the leader. After thinking about it, he decided, if I am not wrong, this should be Lord Changfan's inheritance ground. The first palace has already been searched, there are no clues. let's go to the second palace to take a look. As he expected, the three went to the second palace and faced a test at the center of the palace. This was a difficult case. Clues and evidence were given, some were real and some were fake. Time was given. Dong Fan Yuliang had to use wisdom path methods to think within a limited time, not only to find the fake evidence, but also to deduce the truth of this case. Dong Fan Yuliang was worthy of being Dong Fan Naganori's successor. He passed the test in less than a third of the time and obtained a set of rank 5 wisdom path goo worms as a generous reward. Dong Fan Yuliang's strength increased greatly. He entered the third palace. This test was an incomplete goo recipe. It tested Dong Fan Yuliang and required him to deduce it within 30 minutes. Boom! A strength path giant hand slammed down like a small mountain. Bah! The giant horned sheep let out a mournful cry. It was heavily injured and was completely pressed to the ground by the giant hand. This desolate beast struggled fiercely, but the giant hand pressed down on its body. Eventually it used up all its strength and gave up resisting, no longer moving. Fan Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, joy flashing in his eyes. He followed the clues and searched for the past, but they were all fake. When he reached the 5th clue in his memory, he encountered this desolate beast giant horned sheep. Fan Yuan was excited. He started an intense battle with the giant horned sheep. Ever since he connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Yi, Han Li and the rest, Fan Yuan's luck path was no longer a flaw. He encountered no troublesome goo worms on this giant horned sheep. Giant hand was very useful. It was used repeatedly and countered the giant horned sheep, quickly suppressing it. The entire battle. There were no setbacks. Fan Yuan continued to accumulate his advantage, eventually turning it into complete victory, capturing the giant horned sheep alive. The giant horned sheep is a pure strength path desolate beast. I raised it in my blessed land. Every once in a while, I can harvest its meat and use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase the strength path down marks on my body. I did not expect to see it here. Capturing a giant horned sheep alive is a pleasant surprise. Fan Yuan breathed slowly. His immortal zombie injuries had already healed. He willed. The giant hand slowly grabbed the giant horned sheep and sent it into his immortal aperture. Ever since Fan Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he often bought strength path ingredients from Jewel Yellow Skies, spending a lot. It was fine if it happened once or twice. But in the long run, this huge expenditure made Fan Yuan's heart ache. He had already planned to raise some strength path desolate beasts as a long-term investment. But it was rare to buy desolate beasts in Jewel Yellow Skies, not to mention that Fan Yuan was only buying pure strength path desolate beasts. Extorting self-strength immortal goo was the right decision. My battle strength has returned to rank 7, and even Giant Hand can compare to the strength path phantom army. I need to be more practical. Ordinary desolate beasts like the giant horned sheep are no longer my match. Even if I face the swamp crab that destroyed Dang Hun Mountain, I can also defeat it head-on. Even if it has Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, it can protect Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan clenched his monstrous claws, enjoying the feeling of controlling the situation. He was calm and unhurried. He was not anxious. He understood the situation. There were too many wolves, but there was only one prey. With his strength alone, the possibility of him annexing Dong Fan Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was very low. If there are no accidents, even if I obtain this wisdom path inheritance, it will be incomplete. Sigh, I wonder when I can obtain a truly complete wisdom path inheritance? Fan Yuan was thinking when Fairy Li Shan's information was transmitted from his immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan's information gathering ability was something Fan Yuan could not compare to. It turned out that someone had already discovered the true location of Dong Fan Naganori's inheritance, and had already started fighting over there. Precisely because of this, the commotion was huge, attracting more and more Goo Immortals. Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan successfully met up, and when they arrived, there were already more than 10 Goo Immortals pacing around the periphery. Ah, it's them. Be careful, these three are very mysterious. They are somewhat unfathomable. I just returned from the southeast direction. I saw that person use giant hand to capture a giant horned sheep desolate beast. Demonic path Gu immortals valued strength the most. The battle strength that Fan Yuan displayed made them wary. Thus, when they flew over, the Gu immortals in the air subconsciously made way for them. This is the inheritance location? Dong Fan Naganori really racked his brains. Fan Yuan looked down and said with deep emotions. Below him was the corpse of a ruined bat. This ruined bat was not simple, it was an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive. It could battle rank 8 Gu immortals. It was a space path desolate beast, its corpse had countless space path Dao marks. These Dao marks affected this space, creating a group of illusory palaces. As long as one stepped into its range, they would be pulled into the palace. Unless one was a rank 8 Gu immortal, only they could resist this enormous force. This ruined bat died in the depths of Taichio. There were no desolate beasts in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. This was a forbidden area among forbidden areas, a dangerous place among dangerous areas. Dongfang Naganori was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfang Naganori's appearing in front of Dongfang Yuliang's group. Teacher. Dongfang Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfang Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this Gu formation and activate it, you will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance, and obtain my wisdom path immortal Gu. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. Chapter 792. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out incessantly. In the sky, Gu immortals were fighting everywhere. Since they found the true inheritance ground, the demonic path Gu immortals were always pragmatic. They did not hesitate for long before someone flew down. Since Dongfang Naganori chose the immemorial ruined bat's corpse as the wisdom path inheritance ground, he naturally had his reasons. The phantom beast army was alerted. Like a huge black cloud, it rose up from the demonic path Gu immortals' feet. These phantom beasts had strange appearances. They did not fear death. But they were good at dodging. Several desolate beast-level phantom beasts blocked the demonic path Gu immortals. Phantom beasts have always been rare. They can only be found in places with dense space path Dao marks. There are actually so many here? He Lulan fought as she cursed. She lost self-strength immortal Gu. Her battle strength fell sharply. Although she could use strength Chi immortal Gu to replace it, and use the strength path phantom giant killer move, it was not good for her to show herself now. Thus, she was quite helpless in dealing with them. Don't be anxious. Fairy Li Shan consoled. Phantom beasts can turn phantom and avoid all attacks. The phantom path of Gu masters was inspired by Gu immortal Su Wu Xie from phantom beasts. As long as no ancient desolate beast level phantom beasts appear, we will be able to enter the immemorial ruined bat's corpse sooner or later. Just as she said this, a large group of phantom beasts flew over. Long, wind, literature CFWX. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, blocking in front of the two as he activated Myriad Self-Giant Hand. A strength path giant hand appeared, its 5 fingers stretched out as it grabbed at them. Strength path giant hands were heavy and powerful. But as it clawed down, the battle results were weak. This group of over 1,000 phantom beasts only lost dozens of them. Most of the phantom beasts had blurry figures, only a few translucent traces were left on the spot. When Fan Yuan slowly retracted his strength path giant hand, these phantom beasts appeared again. They turned solid and charged at Fan Yuan and the rest. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Fairy Li Shan, who was beside him, waved her hand. A huge sea of fire rained down. The flames burned in the air for several miles, forming a barrier in the air. The void beast charged into the sea of flames. He used the same trick again. He turned invisible and avoided the burning flames. His charging footsteps never stopped. However, just as they rushed out of the edge of the sea of fire, Fan Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He raised his hand and clenched it. Puchi! This time. Fan Yuan gripped it firmly. Hundreds of virtual beasts were crushed into a bloody pulp, instantly losing their lives. The hand slowly opened, and blood and bone fragments fell like rain. Between the 5 fingers there was blood. There were over 1,000 foe beasts in this group. However, most of them died on the spot after being grabbed by Fan Yuan. The remaining foe beasts lost their will to fight in the face of the majestic Fan Yuan and fled in all directions. With a flip of his hand, Fan Yuan killed this group of foe beasts. However, he was not pleased with himself. Instead, his expression turned grave as he said, "These ordinary foe beasts are still manageable. They can only turn illusory for a short period of time. As long as we cooperate well, we can get rid of them. The truly troublesome ones are the desolate beast-level foe beasts." Fairy Li Shan and He Luan nodded slowly. They observed their surroundings while also paying attention to the battles afar. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, the 2 rank 7 Gu immortals, were fighting against 2 desolate-level foe beasts each. Desolate-level foe beasts were extraordinary indeed. They could turn illusory for a long period of time. Thus, even though they only had rank 6 battle strength, they were very difficult to deal with. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan could not deal with them in a short period of time. But the 2 were experienced. After fighting a few times, they recognized the situation and calmed down. They started to deal with the foe beasts calmly. In contrast, Lu Qingming's side was in danger. A desolate-level foe beast suddenly turned phantom. Its speed increased as it charged towards Gu Immortal Han Dong, who was beside Lu Qingming. Han Dong was caught off guard. He was trapped inside the phantom beast's body. After turning phantom, Han Dong could not touch the phantom beast, while the phantom beast could not harm Han Dong. But at the next moment, the phantom beast turned solid. Han Dong was trapped inside the phantom beast's body, thus, he fell into its stomach. The phantom beast roared proudly. It flew up and brought Han Dong away from Lu Qingming and Su Guang. Lu Qingming, Han Dong, and Su Guang were known as the traveling 3 elites. When they worked together, they could match rank 7 Gu immortals. But they were working together. It was not as good as fighting alone. Once Han Dong left, the remaining 2's battle strength fell. They were no longer as strong as before. The 2 were anxious. They quickly chased and tried to save Han Dong. The phantom beast that swallowed Han Dong fell down rapidly. It endured Lu Qingming and Su Guang's attacks and did not turn phantom. Han Dong was also attacking inside its stomach. This phantom beast was attacked from both inside and outside. Halfway through its flight, it was already exhausted and coughed out blood. How can this phantom beast be so stubborn? When they fought earlier, it was very slippery, but when it was attacked, it would turn phantom and dodge. Quickly turn phantom! Su Guang shouted anxiously. Lu Qingming's expression was grim. Can't you tell? There must be a mastermind behind this. Dong Fang Naganori, I underestimated you. In the ruined hall, the nebula that Dong Fang Naganori left behind looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. His body was shining with dazzling starlight. His thick body was shrinking at a visible rate, becoming thinner. This was the style of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Even though he was dead, the methods he left behind could be used and even manipulated this phantom beast army, to stall for time for the inheritor behind him. Faster! 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 Behind him, Dong Fan Yuliang was sweating profusely. He squeezed out all of his potential to complete this Gu formation. This Gu formation was the final test. After passing it, he would obtain the immortal Gu left behind by Dong Fang Naganori, the essence of the wisdom path inheritance. In the air, seeing that the desolate-level phantom beast was about to bring Han Dong back to the headquarters, Su Guang, who could not catch up, showed a look of despair. To think that Dong Fang Naganori had such an excellent enslavement path method, he hid it so deeply. Brother Han Dong is in danger now. What do we do now? Enslavement path, wisdom path, and soul path are close to each other, they are almost inseparable. It is not surprising. Lu Qingming's eyes shined with determination. But when you were alive, Dongfang Naganori, we were wary of you and could retreat for you. But now that you are dead, you want to use this method to deal with us, you are underestimating the heroes of the world. As he spoke, his body shook, and he stretched out his arms with all his might, like a large bird spreading its wings. At the next moment, he retracted his arms in front of his chest. He did not bend his elbows at all. He placed his palms together in front of his chest. With a crisp paw sound, a gust of wind shot out from the palm, instantly stirring up a gale. The winds danced, forming wind blades that filled the sky. Tens of thousands of them. The wind blades gathered into a lump. They formed into a huge dark green ball of vines. They tangled together as they charged towards the desolate level phantom beast. It appeared! Brother Lu's immortal killer move, entangled wind! Su Guang's expression shook. He knew the power of this immortal killer move. If it landed on the phantom beast, blood would splatter everywhere. Blood would definitely be spilled, and they would successfully rescue Han Dong. And this entangled wind was powerful and ingenious. It was Lu Qingming's famous move. He could use it at will and split it apart with a single thought. Precisely so, when it landed on the phantom beast, it would turn phantom and the entangled wind would land on Han Dong instead. Lu Qingming could use his own strength to split the entangled wind in time. Once the entangled wind was split, even though the attack range would increase, its power would also be scattered. Han Dong would be able to endure it. But right at the moment of success, a vine dragon flew towards the entangled wind. Free Scholar, don't even think about it! Su Guang saw this and glared furiously. He quickly used his killer move to block the vine dragon. Another water lotus suddenly bloomed in the direction where the entangled wind fell. This was the help of the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shui Han. Lu Qingming snorted coldly. The entangled wind dispersed. A small portion of it fell into the water lotus in time. Most of the wind blades went around the water lotus and gathered behind it, forming a smaller entangled wind that continued to charge towards the desolate level phantom beast. However, right at this moment, a strength path giant hand stretched out from the clouds and grabbed the entangled wind. With a loud sound, the strength path giant hand and entangled wind both disintegrated. Using this gap, the void-level desolate beast successfully flew towards the palaces below. A ripple flashed in the air as it vanished. Ah! His plan failed, Su Guang shouted in anger. He turned around and looked at Fan Yuan in anger. I will kill you! Fan Yuan snickered coldly, hooking his finger at Su Guang. Su Guang was about to attack when Lu Qingming flew over and stopped him. Calm down, Su Guang! Lu Qingming's eyes were bloodshot. We will definitely take revenge for this, but the urgent matter now is to save Han Dong. Thinking of Han Dong, Su Guang suppressed his anger as he clenched his fists. Veins could be seen on his forehead. Brother Lu, you are right. Only by finding Han Dong, the three of us can work together and have rank 7 battle strength. Before that, there were only the two of them left. If they tried to find trouble with a rank 7 battle strength like Fan Yuan, they would only be humiliating themselves. After the two conversed, they turned around and attacked the palaces below. The palaces did not move at all, they were only an illusion. Space rippled as 3 new desolate level phantom beasts flew out, blocking Su Guang and Lu Qingming. But this time, Su Guang and Lu Qingming were anxious to save Han Dong. They used their full strength without holding back. The 3 desolate level phantom beasts were forced to retreat. Pai Shui Han saw this and snickered. This was the result he wanted. Demonic Path Gu immortals were wary of each other. Until the final moment, no one would use their full strength. With Lu Qingming and Su Guang leading the charge, everything would be much easier. Most importantly, they lost their rank 7 battle strength. There will be one less true competitor. At the side, Free Scholar smiled. He dealt with the desolate level phantom beasts while looking at Pai Shui Han and Fan Yuan. Especially when he saw that Fan Yuan and the rest were still standing together without any desolate level phantom beasts around them. A solemn expression flashed in his eyes. It is not a good thing that these three are so relaxed? Free Scholar willed as he led the desolate level phantom beasts towards Fan Yuan and the rest. Fan Yuan was already very observant. His gaze turned cold as he looked at this scene. He retreated as he stretched out his hands. Two large handprints flew out with a loud rumble. They attacked the unfettered scholar without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, a third giant hand appeared behind him, protecting him. He can use 3 hand seals at once? Free Scholar's body froze. He felt even more wariness. Just as they were fighting and plotting against each other, an elderly Gu immortal silently appeared in the palace that Dongfang Yuliang was in. His eyes shined with divine light as he looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, as well as Dongfang Yuliang, who was working hard, before looking at the huge Gu formation on the walls and floor of the palace. Good formation, good formation. Even I, Kenang Lao Jun, am seeing this for the first time, he praised. Chapter 793. Who are you? Dongfang Yuliang was very shocked when he saw Kenyang Lao Jun. Tan Wufing and Dong Pekong were on guard. The aura that Kenyang Lao Jun naturally emitted made them feel fear. Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly turned around and said calmly to Kenyang Lao Jun, "You also want to inherit my star path inheritance?" Kenyang Lao Jun was slightly stunned. He then sized up nebula and said with a surprised tone, "Oh, I also have this qualification? You can pass the test. You are a capable person. Appearing now means you are fated with the inheritance. If the wisdom path inheritance that I, Dongfang Naganori, left behind is passed to those wretched and useless people, wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Future generations will laugh at me, a grand wisdom path immortal who can't even make a mess of his funeral arrangements." Nebula paused for a moment before continuing. "Since you are an outstanding talent, you naturally have the qualification to inherit my wisdom path inheritance. However, this child was chosen by me when I was alive. He is currently undergoing the test. You cannot obstruct him. If he succeeds, you will have no chance. If he fails, you will have a chance to try. Dongfang Naganori, you are indeed the #1 person in Northern Plains. You have courage." Kenyang Lao Jun could not help but size up Dongfang Naganori's nebula. He sighed and said honestly, "I originally planned to snatch it, but since that is the case, there is no harm in waiting." Kenyang Lao Jun was powerful, but this place had already been arranged by Dongfang Naganori. Even if he snatched it, he would only obtain an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. One had to know that the more complete a wisdom path inheritance was, the more valuable it was. Since there was a possibility of obtaining a complete wisdom path inheritance, Kenyang Lao Jun naturally didn't want to miss it. His gaze shifted from Dongfang Naganori's nebula to Dongfang Yuliang. After a slight pause on Dongfang Yuliang, it shifted to Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong. Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong had been on high alert ever since they appeared. Kenyang Lao Jun's gaze was extremely calm, but Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong were alarmed by it. A great sense of danger filled their hearts. "What are you trying to do?" Dongfang Yuliang sensed that something was amiss and roared. Kenyang Lao Jun chuckled. He didn't move at all. Tan Wufing and Dong Pokong's bodies suddenly burst into flames. "Ah!" The two of them screamed miserably and lay on the floor, struggling violently. However, the yellow-green flames never stopped burning. It was roasting. It was giving these two rank 5 Gu masters a pain worse than death. Kenyang Lao Jun had a cold and cruel smile on his face. His intentions. He naturally wanted to deal with Dongfang Yuliang. If Dongfang Yuliang failed, he would have a chance to try. But if he wanted to eliminate Dongfang Yuliang, Nebula would not allow it. This would instead cause Kenyang Lao Jun to lose his chance. Thus, Kenyang Lao Jun targeted Dong Pokong and Tan Wufing. To Dongfang Yuliang, these two were loyal and were his right and left arms. He was naturally greatly affected. He was also a smart person. He immediately knelt on the ground and asked Dongfang Naganori's nebula for help. "Master, without these two, Yuliang would not have been able to get here. Please save them." Nebula, however, waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Compassion does not command troops, benevolence does not scheme. Dongfang Yuliang, You are indeed my main body's disciple. But my main body is dead. I am only a nebula that he left behind. My main task is to find a suitable inheritor for the inheritance. My help to you has already reached the limit. Even if you beg, it is useless. Rather than wasting time kneeling on the ground, I advise you to use the time to complete the goo formation and pass the test. Nebula said this on the surface, but at the same time, another transmission resounded in Dongfang Yuliang's mind. Yuliang, oh Yuliang, the situation is dangerous now. This immortal is a huge threat and has great battle strength. Even when I was alive, I had to be wary. Not to mention now, I am only a will. I purposely deceived him and stabilized him. Quickly complete the goo formation. This formation is an inheritance and also a method to counter enemies. If you can complete the goo formation in time, you will be able to use its strength and battle goo immortals. By then, you might even be able to save your two subordinates' lives. Land spirits were pure, they would never deceive others, their words and actions were all true. But Nebula was a will, he had the ability to deceive others. Dongfang Yuliang heard Nebula's secret transmission and his heart shook. He finally understood Nebula's difficulties. He cried out in sorrow as he stood up, shouting at Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong. Brothers, you must persevere! I will definitely save your lives! Saying this, he gritted his teeth and buried his head with tears in his eyes, continuing to complete the goo formation. Canang Laojun frowned, he willed as flames surged. Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong's expressions twisted, their cries of pain doubled in volume. They cried out in pain, they wished they were dead, but they did not die immediately. Rank 5 Gu Masters were at the peak of the mortal world, but in front of a person like Canang Laojun, they were as fragile as puppets, they were at his mercy, they could not die even if they wanted to. Dongfang Yuliang heard the cries of pain, but his mind became clearer, his gaze became resolute. He was not overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Blood started to flow out of the corners of his eyes. This was a sign that he was calculating with all his might. He was expending a lot of mental energy. Canang Laojun tortured the two for a while, but found that there was no effect. It made Dongfang Yuliang work even harder. The incomplete goo formation was being completed at a faster rate. Canang Laojun could not help but show worry on his face. If this goes on, if Dongfang Yuliang succeeds, then his efforts would be in vain. Dongfang Yuliang really had a chance of succeeding, not only because of his outstanding performance, but also because he was chosen by Dongfang Naganori. He had to have talent. If Dongfang Yuliang obtained the inheritance, Canang Laojun could snatch it with his own battle strength. But the problem was his Central Continent identity. He was a Central Continent Gu immortal. Coming to Northern Plains was a dangerous journey. There were 5 regions in the world, no matter which one, they were all xenophobic. Especially in Northern Plains, with the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, there was a huge commotion. If his identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Thus, Canang Laojun. He preferred to do things secretly. To save time, he would avoid meeting them if he could, and avoid fighting if he could. Canang Laojun looked at Dongfang Naganori's nebula, his gaze flickering. His heart surged with the urge to secretly make a move on Dongfang Yuliang. But he was afraid he would lose the qualifications to do so, he would be overly suspicious and miss the opportunity, he would only obtain an incomplete inheritance with low value. But he was also afraid Nebula would lie to him. With his experience as Canang Laojun, he knew the difference between wills and land spirits. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Even after his death, Nebula could make a strong enemy like Canang Laojun hesitate with just a few words. Outside in the sky, the battle between the Gu immortals and phantom beasts continued. Free Scholar saw that Fang Yuan had sent out 3 giant hands. The wariness in his heart deepened. His body froze. But soon, his speed increased. He charged towards Fang Yuan again. Even against 2 strength path giant hands, he had no intention of retreating. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan and the rest down with him. He wanted to probe the details of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan saw that he could not intimidate the Free Scholar. He was not discouraged. He manipulated the two strength path giant hands and attacked Free Scholar without any qualms. He really dares to attack? They are shedding all pretenses, hee. 2 rank 7 battle strengths, this is going to be a good show. I need to hide far away to avoid being implicated. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated, leaving a wide space for Fan Yuan and Free Scholar. Free Scholar was agile. Fan Yuan's 2 strength path giant hands could not even touch his sleeves, let alone grab him. Free Scholar wore a white robe, he had a tall crown and black hair, he flew like a spirit crane, free and unrestrained. Seeing that the 2 hands could not grab him, Fan Yuan's body shook as he sent out 2 more giant hands. Together with the strength path giant hands that were protecting him, he sent out a total of 5 strength path giant hands. Each strength path giant hand absorbed the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, then condensed into one of Fan Yuan's arms. This was his current limit. According to Fan Yuan's current body, he could only withstand the strength of 20,000 strength path phantoms. Any more, and before the strength path giant hands could attack, his own arms would collapse first. But don't forget that Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was an 8-armed immortal zombie. In reality, he had 8 arms. If he used each arm, he could summon 8 giant hands of strength. 5 was far from his limit. 4 strength path giant hands flew around in the air, trying to capture Free Scholar. Although the latter was not as calm as before, he was still safe and sound. He laughed loudly, shouting at Fan Yuan, "Sir, is this all you can do?" He was called unfettered, he was proficient in movement. Even though Fan Yuan's strength path giant hands were powerful, they were not fast, thus they could not do anything to Free Scholar. Unless Free Scholar made a mistake, Fan Yuan would not be able to seize the opportunity. This was the limitation of giant hands. Even though giant hands were strong, they had their weaknesses. Every immortal killer move had their own strengths and weaknesses. Even though Free Scholar was in an invincible position, he felt a chill in his heart. The battle strength that Fan Yuan displayed made his heart feel heavy. Especially when He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were still standing behind Fan Yuan, they seemed to be playing around. Were these 2 really stronger? Even if Free Scholar makes a move, he cannot force out their true methods? At the other side, Pai Shuihan, who was also a rank 7 Gu immortal, was also bewildered. No! His gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fan Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were not on good terms. They had even fought each other before, they had a grudge against each other. But now that Fan Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shuihan was not an ordinary person. He let go of the grudge in his heart, and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fan Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fan Yuan, the surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. "Come at me!" Fan Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shuihan. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The 2 immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu, you 3 must be famous people. You are hiding yourselves, are you righteous path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, Free Scholar? Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals?" Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fan Yuan and the rest as righteous path Gu immortals. They were isolated among the demonic path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fan Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu immortals, inciting the other demonic path Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, It was not as simple as clashing swords and blades, the battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains' Gu immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shui-Han had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fan Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fan Yuan. At this point, Fan Yuan had no choice but to speak. "You two want to slander me and provoke me? Hee, you are underestimating me, and also underestimating the Gu immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing." The other demonic path Gu immortals retreated even further. He Lolan's lips twitched. Fan Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shui-Han didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land was not Fan Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fan Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shui-Han were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of two rank 7s, Fan Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other two were genuine rank 7 Gu immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fan Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Fan Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. "I have a wood path killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fan Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position." Fairy Li Shan saw that Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fan Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the strength path giant hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim. Fairy, please wait, I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." "Oh?" Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shui-Han and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Fan Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 strength path giant hands and slammed them down. Pai Shui-Han and the Free Scholar were below the giant hand. Immediately he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom. It was going to crush him. For a moment, the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shui-Han's face tensed up. The strength path giant hands slammed down with ferocious auras. The spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shui-Han and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Fan Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard. Even Nebula and Dong Fang Naganori was stunned. "Not good." Nebula's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom! The 6 strength path giant hands fiercely slapped the air, the space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the strength path giant hands. Dong Fang Naganori's arrangements were destroyed, the concealing illusions disappeared, the immemorial desolate beast level ruin bat's true appearance was revealed. Such a huge ruin bat. Its body was flat, lying on the ground, but it was still hundreds of meters tall. Its bat wings were wide and thick, covering a radius of more than 10 li. The bat wings were slightly lower, its head was the tallest. Looking down from above, it looked like a small mountain. There was a huge wound on the ruined bat's back. The wound was very deep. Fan Yuan knew that this was the fatal wound that killed the ruined bat, but he did not know what had caused it. At the edges of the wound, the ruined bat's flesh and fur were almost completely rotten, its white skeleton was exposed. Surrounded by these skeletons, the space path down marks were extremely dense. They weaved into a net and created a small space. In this space, there was a palace that was almost in ruins. Fan Yuan's sixth-strength path giant hands had already broken this small space, connecting it to the outside world. Dongfang Naganori's arrangements were broken. His inheritance is inside, whoever gets it first will get it. Kill your way in. Wealth moved people's hearts. The inheritance of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains was a huge temptation to the demonic path Gu Immortals. Fan Yuan directly opened up a passage, igniting the greed in the demonic path Gu Immortals' hearts. When the first demonic path Gu Immortal flew down, the other demonic path Gu Immortals felt an intense sense of urgency. They flew down hurriedly. Free Scholar hesitated. Pai Shuihan had already given up on Fan Yuan, flying down the passage. Free Scholar sighed lightly. After taking a deep look at Fan Yuan, he turned into a white light and charged towards the passage. But at the next moment, 6 new desolate beast-level phantom beasts and an ancient phantom beast flew out of the small space, colliding with the demonic path Gu Immortals. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle again. There is definitely someone manipulating this. Fan Yuan squinted, feeling slightly shocked. Canang Laojun was also shocked. The urgency of this situation made him wake up. After snorting coldly, a cruel smile flashed on his face, flames surged, burning Tan Wufeng and Dong Pekong into charcoal. These 2 rank 5s were pitiful, peak existences of the mortal world. They had followed Dong Fan Yuliang to this stage after much difficulty. But with a thought from Canang Laojun, they were completely burned to death. At the same time, Canang Laojun snorted coldly. Dong Fan Yuliang, who was working hard, spat out a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground like he was struck by lightning. Old scoundrel, you killed my subordinates and still dare to plot against me. Dong Fan Yuliang struggled to stand up, shouting in anger and grief. Canang Laojun's pupils turned as he sneered. Don't slander me. I did not do anything. Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfang Naganori's nebula. This was Canang Laojun's probing. He wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfang Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, This is as far as I can go. All right, everyone, come out. Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfang tribe Gu Immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded Old Lord Kenyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, Old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable. But the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you? Canang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. So this was a plot against me. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula. He nodded. That's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfang Wanxiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu Immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu Immortals and arrived here first. Canang Laojun's expression was grim. He stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, So that's it. Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is. That's right. Nebula nodded. But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe? Dongfang Wenxiu shouted at this time. At this point, you have already exposed yourself. It will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself? Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other. Some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Canon Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other, and did not make a move. Canon Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in. Why did you delay until now? Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Canon Laojun was moved, he realized. I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits. What a good scheme, a good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents. The star will said, as if admitting old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6th strength path giant hands. Master. Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled. His tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wufeng, Dong Pekong and the rest, seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, Yuliang, no need to think too much. I indeed want to use the Wisdom Path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real. The Wisdom Path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background. He comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. And only by truly setting up the Wisdom Path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy Wisdom Path Gu immortals. So it is like this. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook. He felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild. He admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard. Even after his death, he wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong. Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom, and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 795. Alright, Yuliang, go and complete your Gu formation. Only by passing this final round can you inherit my main body's inheritance. As for you, Canon Laojun, you shall die here today. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula said slowly. Canon Laojun took a step back, saying arrogantly, even though I am alone, you are just a group of rank 6s, together with a mere will, you want to take my life? Don't forget that my accomplice is among you. There are also demonic path Gu immortals outside. They are like wolves and tigers. Your phantom beasts won't be able to resist them for long. He said this, but his expression was already filled with vigilance and vigilance. To be able to live to such an age and obtain such achievements, the virtue of a cautious nature was absolutely indispensable. Canon Laojuan's words were also true. They were aimed at Dongfang tribe's weakness. Precisely because of this, even though Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, they did not attack rashly. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula chuckled. In the remote antiquity era, when the creator of Wisdom Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, died, she could deduce 1,000,000 years after her. She caused the 3 demon venerables to return without accomplishing anything, protecting celestial court. I don't fond Naganori, even though I am far from star constellation immortal venerable, I can still deduce 100 years after my death. Since I set this up, I have my own trump cards. The moment he said that, an illusory goo formation appeared in the hall. Countless goo worms danced in the air, like thousands of spider webs, interweaving in the hall. Compared to this formation, Dong Fan Yuliang's perfected goo formation was like a baby under the feet of an adult. Kanyan Laojun saw this and his expression turned ugly. His expression immediately turned ugly. This is a void formation. To think that you, Dong Fan Naganori, have such deep attainment in phantom path, you can actually set up a phantom formation. Ordinary goo formations were easily destroyed once they were exposed. Because the goo worms that formed the goo formation were all corporeal. And goo worms were very fragile. Even if it was the immortal grade spring-autumn cicada, as long as Fang Yuan gently pinched it with 2 fingers, it would shatter and be destroyed. But this phantom formation used a high-level method of phantom path, turning the goo worms that formed the goo formation into phantoms. But it did not hinder the goo formation's operation. The phantom beasts could block Fang Yuan and the other demonic path goo immortals for so long. This was because the void beasts were born with the ability to turn invisible. Once it became void state, all techniques would be useless. Nebula openly displayed the goo formation and was not afraid of Kanyan Laojun destroying it because the goo formation was phantom. Kanyan Laojun could only watch helplessly. But there was nothing he could do. The goo formation started to activate. The hall was filled with dazzling light. Ha! Kanyan Laojun suddenly laughed out loud. I can't think of anything against the virtual array, so I'll just kill you. Everyone be careful. He's coming. Beware of spies. Don't be careless. This is a crucial battle that will decide the survival of our tribe. That's right, as long as we get through this, we will have a bright future ahead of us. Dong Fang tribe's goo immortals were already waiting with full concentration. Everyone, don't be impatient, he won't be able to get here in a short period of time. Dong Fang Naganori's nebula was calm and composed. At the next moment, Kanyan Laojun attacked, but his movements were extremely slow. The flames that he shot out were extremely fast, but now, they were as slow as snails. This is... Kanyan Laojun soon realized that it was not that he was slow, but the space in front of him contained a profundity that could not be observed by the naked eye. It looked like a short distance, but it was a condensed space. I spent decades and countless efforts to create this formation. This hall looks ordinary, no different from the other halls around it. Actually, I had already gathered most of the space path Dao marks in the ruined bat's corpse here. We look like we are only tens of steps away from Kanyan Laojun, but the actual distance is more than 1,000 li, Nebula said slowly. As expected of Lord Dong Fan Naganori. Dong Fan tribe's goo immortals were relieved, their eyes shined as they looked at Nebula with deep admiration. Nebula nodded. This is the crucial moment. I will tell you the truth, this formation is a huge killing formation. With my wisdom path immortal goo as the core and blood path immortal goo as the support, once activated, its power is immense, it has the power to split heaven and earth. Especially with the addition of blood path immortal goo, it is even more effective against goo immortals. As long as the goo formation is activated, not only can we kill Kanyan Laojun, we can even kill the demonic path goo immortals in the sky. After this battle, my Dong Fan tribe will definitely become famous in northern plains. Both the righteous and demonic path, as well as the other forces, will be wary of us. After this battle, move this formation back to the tribe's blessed land. If Yu Liang obtains it through my inheritance, he will be the person in charge. Dong Fan tribe's goo immortals heard this and became extremely excited. In contrast, Kanyan Laojun could not conceal his bewilderment. Nebula continued. When my main body was alive, although I had formed an alliance with the Righteous Path superforces and made an agreement, in this world, only when one has true strength can one ensure one's safety. All of you must remember, don't place your hopes in the hands of others. Dongfang Tribe's Gu immortals nodded, expressing their understanding. Dongfang Yikong said anxiously, Then Lord Chongfan, there is a traitor in our tribe. Even if we guard against it, it is hard to guard against a traitor. Don't be anxious. Nebula laughed. I have not finished speaking. Everything has its pros and cons, gains and losses. This Gu formation is extremely powerful, but it has a huge flaw. Activating this formation requires the Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture Origin Core. What? Many Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals were speechless. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was the foundation of the Immortal Aperture. Once it was taken out, the Immortal Aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. And if the Gu Immortal did not advance, they would fall back. Once the time was up, the Immortal Aperture would face heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When the Immortal Aperture was empty, the Gu Immortal's strength would be weak, and if they were careless, they would die from a calamity. With their lives at stake, Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon, a Gu Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wenxiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, There are losses, there are gains. Lord Chongfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I, Dongfang Wenxiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe. Good. As expected of Lord Wenxiu, I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you to the end. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly. He did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Gu Immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded. They had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. No hurry. Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly, I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Gu formation, once the Immortal Aperture Origin Core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it. The Gu Immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wenxiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, Traitor, you better come out, if you don't, it will be too late. Nebula's words. They were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine. If there was really a traitor, after hearing these words, he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kenyang Laojun and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different. He would not want to deal with Kenyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu Immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point I, Wenxiu, have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wenxiu said hatefully. The Star Will chuckled. If that's the case, then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores. Dongfang Tribe's Gu Immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They felt their immortal apertures shaking. There was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation and let it operate at full speed, Nebula said solemnly. The Gu Immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures eventually. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the Phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu Immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power, Dongfang Naganori's nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wenshio's eyes shined brightly. He looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries, Nebula chuckled. In this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone, relax. I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. Go ahead. Good, we will kill these hateful demonic path Gu immortals later. They actually dared to target our Dongfang tribe. The phantom formation shined brightly. The Gu immortals snorted coldly. Their expressions were grim. Some were frowning, feeling discomfort and pain. The immortal aperture origin cores gradually fused into a huge force in the phantom formation. It was like a lump of liquid, or a slumbering beast. Anyone would be able to sense the immense power contained within. Even the surrounding air rippled slightly, as if it was about to collapse. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals had flushed faces, some were trembling, some had malevolent expressions. They were all looking forward to this force unleashing its divine might. However, under the control of the Star Will, this power was like a bow that was ready to be fired. No rush. Nebula looked at the sky, observing the chaotic battle in the sky. The phantom beasts that obstructed the demonic path Gu immortals were all slaughtered, almost all of them were gone. Nebula was like a dragon, hiding in the depths of the river, waiting for the best opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the dragon would rise to the sky and overturn the seas and rivers. It all depended on which unlucky person would be the first to charge. Right at this time, Dongfang Yuliang suddenly stood up, shouting, "Master, I did it! I have successfully perfected this Gu formation. I have reached your request." Nebula quickly looked around, showing a gratified smile. "Very good. Yuliang, you did not disappoint me. You also enter the formation, stand at the center of the formation core. Although you are immortal, you will become an immortal in the future. When the battle starts, you can experience the strength of a Gu immortal. It will be of great help to your future growth." "Yes, Master. I will listen to you." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He was so moved that he choked with emotions. He jumped into the air, using the phantom formation's power. He stabilized himself at the formation core and floated in the air. In the air, under the interference of Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, Fan Yuan finally found a chance. There was nothing in front of him. There was no power to obstruct him. The chance was fleeting. He immediately grabbed it and attacked with all his might. 7 strength path giant hands slammed down. Only one was left to protect him. "It is time." Nebula saw this and sighed lightly. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals looked at the sky with bloodthirsty excitement. At the next moment, they saw Kenyang Laojun flying into the sky, blocking Fan Yuan's attack and forcing the latter back. This change caused Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals to be stunned. "I did not waste my effort to set up this trap. Possession and rebirth, this is the moment." Nebula laughed heartily. Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly appeared, entering the phantom formation center and entering Dongfang Yuliang's body. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools! I will tell you the truth. Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan. Ha ha ha." Kenyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 796. "What?" Dongfang Wenshio stared with wide eyes. "This is impossible." Dongfang Yikong denied it. "How can it be Lord Dongfang Naganori? Everyone, be careful, this is most likely an illusion. The other party cannot destroy the formation and wants us to panic." Under this shocking change, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals could not believe it. They could not accept this fact. Kenyang Laojun could not help but laugh. "Want you to panic? What a joke! All of you are unable to move. You don't even have the qualifications to panic. You are already fish on the chopping board. You can't do as you please. The joke is that you can't see this fact clearly." These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Everyone looked towards Dongfang Naganori's nebula. Dongfang Wenshio shouted, "Lord Changfan, this is definitely not real. Dong Fang Yikong questioned. Lord Changfan, say something. Lord Changfan, Dong Fang Naganori. What are you trying to do? Countless interrogations and roars reverberated in the hall. Nebula smiled lightly, as if he was calm. He was only a will, but he had condensed into the image of his main body in life. His body was tall and straight, his face was like jade, his eyes were shining with divine light, he had the outstanding demeanor of his main body when he was still alive. But at this moment, in this situation, when Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals saw Nebula's demeanor, they felt a chill in their hearts. The voidification grand formation changed again. The enormous power that had been gathered into a ball finally erupted at this moment. It was like a huge wave. Blood light shot out everywhere, forming a thick blood light screen that covered the main parts of the ruined bat's corpse. Seeing this, the expressions of Dongfang Wanxiu and the rest changed drastically. Originally, it was supposed to be used to attack enemies, but its true purpose was to defend. The cold truth was in front of everyone, it exposed Nebula's lies. Dongfang Naganori, why are you doing this? Why did you frame us? Dongfang Wanxiu's face was twisted with pain. He roared with grief and indignation. What else could it be? Life was the foundation of everything. Who wants to die? Who didn't want to live? As long as there is a chance to live, who can resist such a temptation? Kanyang Laojun sneered again and again, his eyes fixed on the void formation without blinking. Seeing that the voidification array was operating normally, Kanyang Laojun couldn't help but greedily take in a deep breath. This is a possession technique. The price was simply too high. Could it be that every time he activated it? Do we need to sacrifice Gu immortals? If that was the case, then the possession technique would not be able to be popularized. The conditions for activating it were too high. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly shook his head. You don't have to worry, Elder Lord. Back then, I was in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Obtained the method of possession. The contents were that one could possess mortals and Gu immortals. But to possess a Gu immortal, one's cultivation level had to surpass the target. Furthermore, after possession, the immortal aperture would be the target's immortal aperture. This was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest, it had a huge drawback. I was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal in my previous life, but I did not have a suitable Wisdom Path Gu immortal as my target. Thus, after so many years, I spent all my effort in deducing and scheming before finally obtaining this formation. This formation was developed based on the possession technique. It allows me to possess mortals while also drawing out the Gu immortal's origin essence of the same bloodline. After I possess them, I can immediately become an immortal and create a brand new Wisdom Path immortal aperture, avoiding the dangerous period of weakening cultivation level after possessing mortals. Hearing Nebula's explanation, Kanyang Laojun turned his gaze and assessed Nebula, feeling shocked inwardly. This Dongfang Naganori concealed himself deeply. Not only is he the #1 Wisdom Path expert in Northern Plains, he can even use Space Path down marks to control a Phantom Beast army. Now it seems that his Blood Path attainment is not low either. Nebula did not know what Kanyang Laojun was thinking, he continued to speak. Don't look down on this formation. With these 8 Gu immortals sacrificing themselves to provide for me, I have ample resources. My newly formed immortal aperture will definitely be the best of the best. At the same time, there is another advantage. The immortal aperture will automatically produce resources like flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. It is like they have been painstakingly developed for a long time. This will save me hundreds of years of hard work. Thus, after I possess this body, not only will my cultivation level recover, I will also have ample resources, even more than when I was alive. Kanyang Laojun, watch carefully and ask questions at any time. Every step I take, I will tell you the essence of the content. Kanyang Laojun's face flashed with excitement. He laughed heartily, looking deeply at Dongfang Naganori and Nebula. You are truly scheming, you want me to protect you. I am here to help you block those demonic Path Gu immortals from the outside world. Moreover, when you become an immortal, there will definitely be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At that time, I will be by your side. I will have to help even if I don't want to. Dongfang Naganori and Nebula also laughed. He did not have any awkwardness of having his scheme exposed. He looked at Kanyang Laojun, saying in a low voice, "In this world, if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. How can there be anything that is not earned? Especially when the more you obtain, the greater the risk. Old Lord, you can make your decision now." Kanyang Laojun chuckled. He could not help but admire Dongfang Naganori inwardly. This person was truly decisive. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori obtained the possession method, he had also gathered it at 88 Point Jinyang Tower's true inheritance secluded domain. He had sensed the arrangements of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. At that time, Crane Gate had been infiltrating Dongfang tribe. After Dongfang Naganori became an immortal and became a higher-up of the tribe, he had secretly discovered this truth. But he did not expose it. Instead, he followed this clue and secretly cooperated with Crane Gate. He used the possession method to transact with Crane Gate. Lifespan goo were hard to find, but any goo immortal would crave for any lifespan extension method. Moreover, this possession method originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They had a long history and deep foundation, but they could not resist the temptation of the possession method. Both sides had their own needs. Dongfang Naganori released the contents of the method step by step, thus obtaining the resources sent by Crane Gate. He relied on these resources to rapidly climb up, passing tribulations time and time again. He even guided his juniors and schemed everywhere, bringing the declining Dongfang tribe back to its former glory. Cooperating with someone like Dongfang Naganori, even though Kanyang Laojun had great battle strength, he had never relaxed his vigilance, and had always maintained his vigilance. He did not think for long before nodding and agreeing. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula laughed loudly. "Good, I will explain the first step to you." Kanyang Laojun quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Even though he knew Dongfang Naganori was making use of him, Kanyang Laojun had come with Crane Gate's will. He could be considered to have no choice. Thinking of the generous sect rewards after completing this mission, Kanyang Laojun himself was not unwilling. Dongfang tribe's 8 goo immortals were already cursing loudly. Dongfang Yuliang had fainted. His eyes were tightly shut and he was not moving at all. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fan Yuan looked down and saw a completely different scene. He saw an incomparably large blood veil firmly covering the mountain-like ruin bat corpse. The blood veil was extremely thick and filled with blood light. The majestic power it contained made one's heart palpitate. The demonic path goo immortals quickly shifted their attention away from the internal conflict. Some of them tried to attack the blood veil, but it was like a small stone thrown into a large lake. The blood veil only had slight ripples on its surface. It did not budge and was as firm as a mountain. Such strong defense! What goo formation is this? Not only have I never seen it, I have never even heard of it. Dongfang Naganori's backup plans are truly endless. A group of demonic path goo immortals guessed. Fan Yuan also frowned, even though he was a blood path great expert, and had his previous life's memories. He had never seen this goo formation before. Who cares what goo formation it is? I will smash it with my hammer! Goo Immortal Zhuozhan shouted as he charged down. He was riding a desolate beast flying boar. He was covered in armor and held a hammer. He had a strong build and was anxious, but he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zhuozhan was in the limelight. He felt proud and his expression became even more ferocious. But after a few breaths of time, his ferocious expression was gone, replaced by shock and fear. It turned out that when he got close to the blood veil, the blood in his body could not be controlled, and continued to spurt out of his body. Goo immortals were called immortals, but most of their bodies still maintained the normal circulation of a human. Blood was the crucial thing to support the body's movement. Zhuozhan was still far away from the blood veil, but most of his blood had already spurted out of his body. If he continued to charge, before he could reach the blood veil, his blood would have already spurted out, and he would have turned into a dried corpse. What a strange formation! This is the effect of menstrual blood goo, it can let people bleed. Menstrual blood goo is one of Blood Sea ancestors' blood path true inheritances. To think that Dongfang Naganori's rumor was not only true, he even raised this menstrual blood goo to immortal level. The demonic path goo immortals were all moved. Several goo immortals tried all sorts of methods, but failed miserably one after another. Everyone realized that unless they had a defensive method that targeted it, it would be extremely difficult to break through this blood veil. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Even though he was a blood path expert in his previous life, he did not have any blood path immortal goo, he walked the strength path. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice, he could not do anything about this formation. The situation was thorny, everyone was anxious. Dongfang Yuliang had been inside for so long, was he about to completely obtain the inheritance? Now, we can only use long-range killer moves. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy Dongfang Naganori's arrangements first, then compete with each other. Otherwise, in front of everyone's eyes, a mortal will obtain the inheritance. If this really happens, I, Free Scholar, will not have the face to continue living in Northern Plains. Free Scholar suddenly shouted. Just as he finished shouting, he attacked. The demonic path goo immortals responded one after another. At once, fire and water intersected, lightning bolts shot out in a dazzling manner, countless bombardments destroyed the blood veil layer by layer. Joy had just appeared on everyone's faces, but it quickly turned solemn. The blood veil continued to be destroyed and regenerated. Especially towards the end, the demonic path goo immortals' combined attacks became weaker and weaker. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path goo immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation, Pai Shuihan shouted, "Get out of the way, let me do it!" He was a rank 7 goo immortal, he was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move, ice path killer move, flood current. Inside Pai Shuihan's immortal aperture, over 10,000 goo worms were activated, rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh! Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shuihan. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before, it was completely focused, its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace, there were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shuihan had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified, it was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble! The glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure. The corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 goo immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shuihan's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil. But this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path goo immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruined bat was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shuihan in surprise, although it did not break the blood veil. But the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head on. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran rank 7 Gu immortal. In comparison, Fan Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fan Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. Gu immortals had reason, they were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them, fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shuihan had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move Myriad Self, I can only barely reach this standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shuihan, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head on, I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move Glacier allowed Fan Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihan's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fan Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The Gu Immortals' cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihan's strength was the consumption of rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life, the only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, he had not even passed 1 heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive! Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, his expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone, but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils were completely white, shooting out 2 faint white lights. This move was almost silent, its boldness could not compare to the glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the 2 pale white lights, the glacier melted, the blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move, 1,000 disintegrations! In the hall, Kenan Laojun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Since Kenan Laojun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Jin tribe. Central Continent's Jin tribe specialized in Rule Path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent. There was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Jin tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, northern plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huangjin bloodline. Even though Jin tribe was a superforce protected by Gu immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huangjin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left. The tribe no longer existed, he was the only one left to fight alone. Jin tribe specialized in Rule Path. The Gu immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1,000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. It has unparalleled power, it can attack and defend, and has the profundity of resolving almost everything. Back then in Central Continent, countless sect Gu immortals lost to myriad disintegrations, countless people suffered from this move. Kanyang Laojun sighed with emotion. You are speaking so much nonsense, are you still not going to attack? Blood Veil and Free Scholar expend a lot of energy, these are all precious immortal aperture origin cores. Dongfang Naganori's nebula urged. Ha! Kanyang Laojun stood with his hands behind his back. He did not fight the enemy. Free Scholar is only one person, but you have 8 on your side. He does not know the truth. Watch me use some methods. Saying so, he let out his tribe's rank 7 aura. Once the aura was exposed, the demonic path Gu immortals in the sky were shocked. The other side has rank 7 Gu immortals? Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Aren't they all rank 6? Could it be that someone secretly entered rank 7, but kept it a secret? Or did Dongfang tribe invite some strong reinforcements? Don't forget, they have the Huangjin bloodline, a super force of the righteous path. The immortals were uncertain. Free Scholar's expression did not change, but his heart wavered. It turned out, even though his killer move had shocking power and a huge origin, it expended a lot of red date immortal essence. Since the other side had rank 7 Gu immortals, they could fight him head-on. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they all had their own plans. Unfettered Scholar couldn't help but think to himself, I can't just charge forward mindlessly now. I will expend a lot of immortal essence. Otherwise, when the time comes, I might not have enough strength and end up helping others. Thinking of this, Free Scholar stopped his killer move. See, I stopped just like that. Kanyang Laojun laughed heartily, showing a smug expression. He only leaked a bit of his aura and the Free Scholar stopped. In terms of scheming, Kanyang Laojun might not be as good as Dongfang Naganori. But with his rich life experience, he could understand people's hearts and use the situation to make plans. The longer we drag this out, the more advantageous it is for that Dongfang Yuliang. This blood veil is extremely thick. To break it, we will need to use our trump cards and bombard it repeatedly. Free Scholar said as he looked at Fang Yuan. The traveling Earth 3 heroes lost Han Dong, Lu Qingming, and Su Guang. They were only rank 6. Other than Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan, they had revealed rank 7 battle strength. Only Fang Yuan was left. Pai Shuihan also looked at Fang Yuan. These demonic path Gu immortal experts naturally would not let Fang Yuan take advantage of them. Fairies, please protect my safety. I am going to use my full strength now. Fang Yuan transmitted, and after getting a confirmation, he sat cross-legged in the air. 8 strength path giant hands flew towards the blood veil. The periphery of the corpse mountain blood veil was covered by a layer of ice. It was like a huge ice mountain with a hole in it. Fang Yuan did not care. He mobilized the 8 strength path giant hands and positioned them in 8 different directions. His palms faced inwards and pressed against the surface of the ice mountain. His 5 fingers dug into the ice mountain. Rise! Fang Yuan shouted. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered everyone's ears. At first, this sound was inaudible. But soon, the sound became louder and louder, rumbling like thunder. The earth trembled, and huge cracks appeared in the surroundings of the ice mountain. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the ice mountain that was covered in the blood veil was slowly rising up, as if it was about to leave the ground. The hall shook. Kanyang Laojun could not help but gasp. This is? Nebula's expression also changed. Not good. My immemorial ruin bat's corpse has already been modified by me. To stabilize it, it is one with the ground, forming a corpse mountain. The enemy seems to have the ability to pull out the mountain chi, but it counters this. Kanyang, quickly make a move. Dongfang Naganori's nebula was so anxious that his body almost collapsed. His main body could deduce, but there was a limit to a person's intelligence. Arrangements were fixed. Even if they were meticulous, there would be accidents. Fang Yuan's pulling mountain Immortal Gu was one such accident. Immortal Gu could target any mountain. Dongfang Naganori had made an arrangement when he was alive. He connected the immemorial ruin bat's corpse with the surrounding terrain, forming a true corpse mountain. But this arrangement became a flaw. It was countered by pulling mountain Immortal Gu. He can actually uproot this entire mountain? Pai Shuihan stared at it, his gaze flickering. Who is he? Free Scholar suppressed the shock in his heart. He used 1,000 disintegrations again, looking at the blood veil. With 2 sides attacking, Dong Fong Naganori's side was in a bad situation. Old ancestor Kinyan laughed loudly, finally making a move. Look at my life-chasing fire. Chapter 798. Immortal Killer Move, Life-Chasing Fire. Kenyan Lao Jun had a solemn expression as he slowly opened his palm, revealing a weak fire. This fire flickered, it was dim yellow in color, and had no light, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Kenyan Lao Jun's eyes, however, shined with a sharp light. Looking at the fire in his palm, he showed a proud expression. This was the ultimate move that made him famous in Central Continent. Life-chasing fire, go. Kenyan Lao Jun's palm shook, the life-chasing fire shot out with a whoosh. The star will hastily opened an opening, and made way for the passage. The life-chasing fire was inconspicuous. After leaving the blood veil, it plunged into the icy mountain. Boom! Almost in an instant, the huge dim yellow fire soared to the sky, burning the entire icy mountain. The demonic path Gu immortals in the air were shocked by this change. But soon, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Although the fire was fierce, it did not have any heat, especially the icy mountain that was in the fire was unscathed, showing no signs of melting. Some demonic path Gu immortals were about to mock him, but at this time, the rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan suddenly screamed miserably. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and the scene before them gave them a huge shock. Pai Shuihan's whole body was covered in fire, he was burning intensely, his face was twisted in pain. His whole body was emitting cold air, water was gushing out like dragons and snakes were coiling around his body. The dim yellow fire was not weakened at all, instead it showed signs of burning even more fiercely. What move is this? How did Pai Shuihan get hit? Why did I not see it clearly? Such a strange fire. Everyone dodge! The demonic path Gu immortals retreated, looking at Pai Shuihan with lingering fear as he used all his methods, trying to extinguish the fire and save himself. This fire, could it be life-chasing fire? Oh no! Fan Yuan's heart shook, he sensed something amiss, he quickly retracted his 8 strength path giant hands. But it was too late. The flames burned the iceberg, and soon after, they spread out like lightning onto the 8 giant hands of strength. The strength path giant hand was unharmed, but inside Fan Yuan's immortal aperture, faint yellow flames appeared out of nowhere. It burned quietly on the body of the 160,000 strength path phantom. These strength path phantoms. They were the ones who provided the power to form the 8 giant hands of strength in the outside world. They were bathed in flames, but they were safe and sound. Fan Yuan saw this. His heart was filled with a chill. This is indeed the killer move, life-chasing fire. Fan Yuan knew the power of this move. He hurriedly cut off his wrists. With a thought, the 160,000 strength path phantoms collapsed on their own. Without these strength path phantoms, the 8 strength path giant hands that were uprooting the mountain also collapsed with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. The ruined Bat's mountain of corpses fell heavily onto the ground, causing a huge shockwave. The ground around it cracked, and countless pieces of sand and stones flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. Fan Yuan's uprooting mountain was interrupted, he suffered an intense backlash. His chest felt heavy and nauseous, and he felt dizzy. His body swayed, and he almost fell down from midair. He Lulan saw the situation was bad and quickly went to support him. Fan Yuan, however, avoided her like a snake, shouting, "Don't come near me!" Saying so, he retreated, and like Pai Shuihan, his body also started burning with faint yellow flames. At the same time, Free Scholar's expression changed, he was also hit by this move, his body also started burning with flames. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of Gu Immortals, it was their foundation, After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shui-han not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water. It was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path Gu immortals pulled away from Fan Yuan, free scholar, and Pai Shui-han, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fan Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path Gu immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fan Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shui-han and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm. He did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly. The light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared. The fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1000 Disintegrations was indeed useful. Not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fan Yuan also stood up. The fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shui-han tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black. The thick smell of burnt meat was emitting. He had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger. The pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture. A large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shui-han thought rapidly. He was extremely anxious. Fan Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak. They watched coldly. The other demonic path Gu immortals were even further away. Some of their gazes were flickering with uncertainty. They were ready to make a move. If Pai Shui-han was heavily injured and weakened, these demonic path Gu immortals would definitely be moved. They would target Pai Shui-han and hit him while he was down. Suddenly, Pai Shui-han let out a loud roar. His body abruptly rose up, his whole body covered in flames. Like a flaming meteor, he shot out. This fire was a huge problem for him. There were many demonic path Gu immortals here. He could not stay for long. Pai Shui-han's retreat was a wise move. Seeing him disappear into the horizon, the demonic path Gu immortals at the periphery also sneakily left, following the path that Pai Shui-han left, vanishing quietly. In the palace, Kenyang Laojun laughed heartily. He said to Dongfang Naganori's nebula, "How is it?" "As expected of the life-chasing fire." Nebula nodded. "This fire has the ability to trace back to the source. Gu immortals often put Gu worms into their immortal aperture. Thus, when tracing back to the source, it will burn in their immortal aperture. This fire uses life as fuel. As long as there is life, it will burn endlessly. Thus, to extinguish this fire, special methods must be used, for example, 1000 disintegrations. If one does not have such methods, they will have to cut off their wrists and abandon it, or let it burn, trying to restrain the life force in their body. As long as the life force is exhausted, this fire will be extinguished." Unfortunately, this Pai Shui-han did not think of this. He continued to heal himself, but instead caused his life force to flourish, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Nebula said this and laughed lightly, praising Kenyang Laojun. "This move that you created is truly unique. It is a unique method. As long as this fire burns, the enemy will be thrown into confusion. If it burns a few more times, even the wealthiest Gu immortal will lose their foundation, they will lose their will to fight. Hearing Nebula's words, praising his method, Kenyan Laojun's proud expression disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression. The reason why Kenyan Laojun was called Cruel Sun was because of the life-chasing fire. Once this fire burns, even if it is extinguished, the enemy will be covered in soot. But it can also trace back to the source, following the attack and burning the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If it was burnt several times, the foundation would be greatly damaged. Even if it could not burn the enemy to death, it could cripple them. Thus, Kenyan Laojun roamed Central Continent in his early years. He was famous. The Gu immortals who fought with him would have a headache when they saw him. After becoming rank 7, Kenyan Laojun moved less, but in terms of battle strength, he was one of the top 5 in Crane Gate. This time, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower was a huge matter. Crane Gate sent him to Northern Plains to investigate the culprit. Once life-chasing fire was used, Fan Yuan and Free Scholar were helpless, and Pai Shui-han was forced to escape. Kenyan Laojun was trying to force the enemy to retreat, but he was also trying to intimidate Dongfang Naganori. In the end, Dongfang Naganori investigated clearly. He knew about life-chasing fire. He praised it on the surface, but it was actually a counterattack against Kenyan Laojun. Thus, it would be strange if Kenyan Laojun had a good expression. Life-chasing fire. Kenyan Laojun, why is he here? Fan Yuan floated in the air. Looking at the blood veil below him, he was puzzled. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Dongfang Naganori's possession was very secretive. Fan Yuan did not know about it. Now that he saw a Central Continent Gu immortal fighting with Dongfang Naganori's inheritance, he was surprised and perplexed. Earlier, even though Kenyan Laojun forced him to retreat, it was only for a brief moment. He did not expose his identity. Kenyan Laojun had a secret method to conceal his aura. When he attacked, he had the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. The demonic path Gu immortals saw this, but none of them discovered anything. It could be said that Kenyan Laojun's methods were profound. Not good. Fan Yuan thought to himself. He wanted to retreat. He knew that a Central Continent force had secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate him, the culprit, and also knew that someone had approached Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, suspecting his identity as Sha Huang. Chapter 799. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, Wisdom Path inheritances were indeed precious. But even if he obtained the complete inheritance, his true identity would be exposed, and he would be chased by Central Continent and Northern Plains Gu immortals. That would not be worth it. Kenyan Laojun's fire made the demons helpless, while Pai Shui-han escaped. Fan Yuan sensed something amiss and had thoughts of retreating. He naturally stopped. Free Scholar, who had rank 7 battle strength, also did not rashly make a move. Earlier, Fan Yuan's performance in dealing with the life-chasing fire made him think even more highly of him. He thought that he had relied on 1,000 disintegrations to survive the calamity. He felt that Fan Yuan was even more profound. Especially when Fan Yuan had the 2 black-robed Gu immortals, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Thus, Free Scholar restrained his urge to make a move and only looked at Fan Yuan. His meaning was clear. He was waiting for Fan Yuan's group to make a move. At once, the sky above the ruined Bat's Corpse Mountain fell into silence, while curses and curses could still be heard in the ruined hall. Dongfang Tribe's 8 Gu immortals were unable to move, but they retained the ability to speak. Ever since Dongfang Naganori's possession started, they had been cursing and questioning Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's nebula turned a deaf ear to them. He saw that the outside world had calmed down and the demons were helpless. He smiled lightly. The time has finally come. Possession and rebirth is at this moment. Kenyan Laojun, I have told you the previous steps in detail. The crucial moment has arrived. I will have to trouble you to defend for me. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Nebula made up its mind and did not hesitate anymore. A change occurred again. A huge whirlpool suddenly formed on the surface of the blood veil. blood energy brewed in the whirlpool, condensing into a huge pillar of blood light that shot down towards the center of the phantom formation, enveloping Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Kanyang Laojun glared and cursed. Damn it! Seeing this change, Kanyang Laojun finally understood that this blood veil was not purely for defense. It was a kind of purification process. The 8 immortal aperture origin cores that were extracted were like 8 pieces of metal that were melted together. Next, the demonic path Gu immortals would attack and refine it, eliminating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin core before injecting it into the possession target. Dong Fang Naganori's arrangements were deep and profound. He even included the demonic path Gu immortals within. Even Fang Yuan was kept in the dark and was used by Dong Fang Naganori as a blacksmith. Now that the blood energy was flowing backward into Dong Fang Yuliang's body, the blood veil would naturally weaken. With the blood veil weakened, the defense immediately weakened. Kanyang Laojun's sect had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. With such a huge temptation in front of him, how could he not stand up and take the blame? As expected, seeing the blood veil weaken, the demonic path Gu immortals' spirits rose. It seems that our previous attacks were effective. There is hope to break the blood veil. Everyone, let's attack together. The immortals attacked one after another. Countless attacks rained down like a torrential rain. The blood veil had to send in blood energy while enduring the attacks on the other side. It immediately became strained and was on the verge of collapse. Kanyang Laojun had no choice but to take action. He used an immortal killer move, Final Afterglow. A light barrier appeared outside the blood veil. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Countless attacks penetrated this light barrier and landed on the blood veil, but the power was less than half of what it was before. This was the effect of Final Afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kanyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dong Fang Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The phantom formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the blood veil. The blood veil withstood the attacks. The aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dong Fan Yuliang's body. Dong Fan Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master. He had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dong Fang Naganori. Dong Fang Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dong Fang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu immortal realm. Crack! In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled. It was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth were stirred. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu immortal inside? What the hell is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack, crack, crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible! This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below, he is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. Pitch black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed, the iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved. He was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning, it is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning, it is unpredictable. These two great lightning tribulations are known as the twin lightning of heaven and earth. Once they combine, their power will rise sharply. Even the current me would have a headache if I were to encounter it. The twin lightning of heaven and earth combined, falling from above and exploding from below, the lightning was dazzling and dazzling, forming a purgatory of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were densely packed. There were so many that they actually formed a huge lightning forest. The shattered ice shards completely disappeared, not even a trace of frost energy remained, they were all destroyed by the lightning. This apocalyptic scene made the watching demonic path goo immortals hold their breaths, their hearts feeling stifled. Inside the ruined bat's corpse, Kenan Lao Jun had a solemn expression as he used all his strength to support the immortal killer move, Ultimate Afterglow. This mystical defensive killer move cautiously weakened the power of the twin lightning of heaven and earth. But even with all his strength, Kenan Lao Jun could only weaken it by 15%. The red date immortal essence in his body was being expended rapidly. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. How can there be such a powerful lightning tribulation? Dongfang Naganori's Nebula muttered with a worried expression. This situation was almost the worst that he had expected. To think that he would encounter it in this possession attempt. His luck was truly terrible. The blood veil was being damaged intensely by the lightning strikes. The losses were so severe that Dongfang Naganori's Nebula felt great heartache. These losses would greatly affect the foundation of Dongfang Yuliang's immortal aperture. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. As time passed, the lightning tribulation not only did not show any signs of weakening, it was even getting stronger. The immemorial desolate beast-level ruined bat's corpse was destroyed beyond recognition. The surrounding space path down marks were originally densely packed, but now they were all destroyed by the lightning path. Almost all of them were gone. Kenan Lao Jun was already in a situation where he could not hold on. The huge loss of immortal essence made his mood heavy. That's right. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful, it is all because of you, Dongfang Naganori. Kenan Lao Jun suddenly said. You, Dongfang Naganori, are already a dead person. According to fate's arrangement, your soul should return to the door of life and death. How can you still be alive and kicking here? Not only do you want to revive, you even want to possess an immortal's body. This is truly heaven-defying. No wonder heaven and earth are enraged. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula's expression was solemn, but after hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed loudly. Ever since Red Lotus Immortal Venerable destroyed fate, the fate of all living beings in this world is in our hands. So what if it is heaven-defying? My fate is not up to heaven. I have planned this for a long time. I have done so much preparation and hard work. I will definitely succeed this time. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud crack. Originally, lightning was raining down and thunder rumbled endlessly, filling everyone's ears. But right now, this sound of thunder suppressed all the other lightning. It resounded in the sky and caused the Goo Immortal's ears to buzz. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula was shattered. A dazzling white light filled the sky and earth. Fan Yuan, Free Scholar, and the other demonic path Goo Immortals retreated in panic, and even Kenan Lao Jun had no choice but to shut his eyes. Within the white light, a divine lightning suddenly struck down. This divine thunder was incomparably ferocious, sweeping everything in its path. In an instant, it destroyed the afterglow, exploded the blood veil, and headed straight for Dongfang Yuliang. The divine lightning was extremely fast. In almost a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Dongfang Yuliang from the sky covered in dark clouds. Dongfang Yuliang only had a mortal body. If he was struck by this lightning, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Dongfang Naganori's plan to possess another body and revive would come to an abrupt end. It had completely failed. At the moment of life and death, Dongfang Yuliang, who had been frowning and had his eyes tightly shut, forcefully opened his eyes. Within the dazzling white light, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of that flash of lightning. An intense shock and anger surged in his heart. Alcade. Falling star lightning. Tribulation hidden within tribulation, damn heaven, you want me to die so badly? Then I will not die. Dong Fan Naganori roared in his heart. At the next moment, the phantom formation shined brightly. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, countless beams of white light shot out from the ruined bat's corpse in all directions. When the beams of light hit some unlucky demonic path goo immortals, their minds shook and their souls shook, some even directly fell from the sky. The terrifying explosion set off a monstrous air wave, causing the vegetation in the surrounding tens of li to be uprooted. The sky seemed to have collapsed, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The demonic path goo immortals hurriedly retreated. After retreating for 15 li, the white light beam gradually dissipated, and the immortals calmed down slightly. The ruined bat's mountain of corpses, which had been as large and unmoving as a mountain, had completely disappeared. On the empty ground, a young figure appeared, floating proudly as he gazed at Fan Yuan and the others. Dong Fan Yuliang! R 1152. Chapter 800. Dong Fan Yuliang? Did I see wrongly? How did he become a goo immortal? It seems this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was caused by him. Becoming an immortal on the spot, is this Dong Fan Naganori's inheritance? Sigh, it was actually snatched away by a mortal. When the demonic path goo immortals saw Dong Fan Naganori, they were greatly shaken, but also felt dejected. Dong Fan Yuliang was expressionless. His eyes did not have normal pupils and sclera. Instead, they were covered in countless types of glass light that flickered continuously. He used such a gaze to slowly size up the demonic path goo immortals, before speaking in a low voice. So it was you who wanted to snatch the inheritance left behind by my benefactor? Who gave you the guts to actually attack a righteous path superforce? Dong Fan Naganori successfully possessed the body, but he did not expose the truth, instead speaking in Dong Fan Yuliang's tone. The demonic path goo immortals were dejected. They were already full of resentment. Now that they heard Dong Fan Yuliang boasting shamelessly, they were immediately displeased. Some snorted in disdain, while others shouted, "A mere junior, you have just become an immortal and reached the heavens in one step, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Come, take my hammer strike!" Before he finished speaking, a figure shot out from the side of the crowd. This demonic path goo immortal had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was covered in armor. He was riding a flying boar. Its 4 fat pig hooves were rapidly moving, carrying its owner towards Dong Fan Yuliang in an aggressive manner. It was Zhuozhan. The immortals shuddered, immediately reacting. This Zhuozhan is crafty. He wants to take advantage of the situation. We were almost frightened by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity earlier. Even if Dong Fan Yuliang is an immortal, he is only a rookie. What are we afraid of? Capture Dong Fan Yuliang alive, and interrogate him for the wisdom path inheritance. The demonic path goo immortals moved out one after another, rushing towards Dong Fan Yuliang. Free Scholar was also among them. Only Fan Yuan and a few others did not move, remaining on the spot. He did not know that Dong Fan Yuliang had been possessed by Dong Fan Naganori. Instead, he was afraid of Kanyang Laojun. The Dong Fan Yuliang has appeared. Where is Kanyang Laojun? Kanyang Laojun was actually standing behind the Dong Fan Yuliang, but he had used an immortal Dao technique to conceal his figure. His methods were so profound that none of the immortals of the demonic path were aware of it. However, he was still injured. When he saw the immortals rushing over, he transmitted his voice to the Dong Fan Yuliang. Do you need me to make a move? Dong Fan Yuliang quickly denied. You don't have to do anything. Let me kill them alone. If Kanyang Laojun made a move and was exposed, Northern Plains goo immortals would know that Dong Fan Yuliang was colluding with Central Continent's forces. By then, not only would Dong Fan Yuliang be ostracized by the righteous path, even Northern Plains' demonic path would not like him. Furthermore, Dong Fan Yuliang wanted to use his own strength to deal a heavy blow to the invading enemies. Only by doing so could he rise up and regain control of Dongfang tribe despite the deaths of the 8 Gu immortals of the eastern plains. Zhuozhan was one step ahead, getting closer and closer. He was so close that Dongfang Yuliang could see the sinister smile on his face. Behind him, more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals were surging with killing intent. Dongfang Yuliang was alone. His cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, but he was not flustered. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, showing a scheming smile. Old Lord Kenyang, who was behind him, looked at him with interest. He wanted to see how he could defeat such a strong enemy with his current cultivation. Only to see Dongfang Yuliang slowly stretch out his right arm, his white robe wide sleeves, his right index finger pointed to the sky as he said loudly, "Myriad Star Fei Ying." The invading immortals heard this and their auras turned sluggish, their expressions changing. Hataru was known to almost everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It was Dongfang Naganori's strongest killer move. Dongfang Naganori was publicly recognized as the #1 wisdom path expert in Northern Plains, not just because of his deductions, but more importantly because of his battle strength. Without astonishing battle strength, how could he gain a foothold in the chaotic Northern Plains? Without immense battle strength, how could he lead Dongfang tribe to prosperity again? Thus, in terms of battle strength, Dongfang Naganori firmly suppressed Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar when he was alive. He was the first supreme elder of a righteous path superforce. And the wisdom path killer move Hataru was the best symbol of Dongfang Naganori's battle strength. This move's illustrious reputation had already entered the hearts of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Don't listen to his bluff. Hataru involves tens of thousands of Gu worms. Is it so easy to activate? Zhuozhan shouted. He is only a newbie Gu immortal. He has just become an immortal and left the mortal realm. He wants to control so many Gu worms at once. Lu Qingming sneered. Wishful thinking. Divine Lord Tian Du held an immortal Gu in his hand, ready to attack. Humph, Hataru, I was defeated by this move back then. Now let's see how much power you have. Free Scholar's expression flashed with anger. Are we really not going to attack? He Lulan was moved, but Fan Yuan was the strongest among them. He Lulan had lost self-strength immortal Gu. Her battle strength was slightly weaker than before. Wait for a while, the situation is not looking good. Fan Yuan was just about to tell them his earlier guess, when the sky changed. The dark clouds had just dispersed, the sky was clear. But now, night fell, the world turned dark. The night sky covered the surrounding 1,000 li. Countless firefly-like specks of light appeared in the night sky and flew around. Starlight fluttered, it was grand and beautiful. Hataru! The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They were surrounded by the starlight fireflies. Starlight shone continuously on everyone's faces. Free Scholar's expression was ashen. This was a genuine Hataru. Its power seemed to be even stronger than in his memories. But how was this possible? Dongfang Yuliang had just become an immortal? Even if he had Dongfang Naganori's nebula, which could consume the rank 7 red date immortal essence left behind by Dongfang Naganori, how could he be so familiar with using Hataru for the first time, as if he had practiced it countless times? The unfettered scholar was puzzled. The demonic path Gu immortals beside him were in an even worse state. The surrounding starlight specks were densely packed, attacking them from all directions. One starlight was not a big threat, but what about thousands of starlight specks? What about 100,000, 1,000,000, or even 10 million starlight specks? Especially when every speck of starlight contained a star thought. Even if the Gu immortals destroyed the starlight specks, the star thoughts would jump out and drill into the Gu immortals' minds. Even if the Gu immortals had defensive methods, with such endless starlight specks, they would definitely lose out after defending for a long time. Once the star thoughts entered their sea of consciousness, it would be a huge problem. If it was light, it would interfere with their thoughts, while if it was heavy, the thoughts would be destroyed, their movements would become sluggish, or even worse, their own thoughts would be completely suppressed by the star thoughts. Star thoughts would replace thinking, and the Gu Immortal would temporarily become Dong Fan Yuliang's puppet, being controlled by him. What are you doing? Beside Zhuozhan, a demonic path Gu Immortal shouted angrily. Zhuozhan's face turned purple. Sorry, my attack suddenly changed direction. Humph. You want to snatch the wisdom path inheritance? You were actually corroded by the star thoughts in such a short time. You are truly a failure. The demonic path Gu Immortal was almost hit. He was flustered and exasperated. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Zhuozhan was also furious. He shouted at the demonic path Gu Immortal. Enough, are you still fighting among yourselves? The urgent matter is to leave this place quickly. This is Hotaru. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. A Gu Immortal said anxiously. Another Gu Immortal retorted. Leave? What are you afraid of? The other party is ignoring a mere bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortal. We have so many people here, and Lord Free Scholar as well. Why are you so afraid? In my opinion, we should just charge in. Everyone was hesitant. They subconsciously looked towards Free Scholar. Pai Shuihan had already escaped. Fan Yuan was far away. Free Scholar, as the strongest and only rank 7 battle strength, was the leader of the group. This was not because everyone approved of Free Scholar's leadership, but because if the sky fell, the tallest person would hold it up. Free Scholar was the tallest person among them. They would have a higher chance of survival if they followed the strong. Free Scholar was also hesitant. He had fought with Dongfang Naganori before. He was defeated by this Hotaru move. After his defeat, he learned his lesson and paid more attention to Dongfang Naganori's information, thus his understanding of Hotaru was much deeper than everyone else. He knew that Hotaru was a wisdom path killer move. It had extraordinary power, and was created by Dongfang Naganori. The weakness of this move was hard to find out. Free Scholar only knew that as long as he entered the range of this move, he would be tricked. The Gu Immortal's thoughts would form star thoughts. Under the influence of Hotaru, these star thoughts would form specks of starlight and attack the Gu Immortal. In an intense battle, Gu Immortals would naturally have countless thoughts. Their minds would work rapidly and produce even more star thoughts. The more star thoughts there were, the greater their advantage would be. Especially when more Gu Immortals entered the formation, more star thoughts would be produced. When the star thoughts corroded the Gu Immortal's mind, they would become Dongfang Yuliang's puppet and have to fight for it. Even if they could not reach this level, they would still be affected by the star thoughts and make mistakes. Like earlier, Zhuozhan had almost injured others. Thus, Hotaru's move was better at fighting one against many. It was weaker against a single strong enemy. Against many people, they could use each other's strength to restrain each other. The battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu Immortals to help them. Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people but are not united. We are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts. I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path Gu Immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thought rapidly. Starlight specks appeared around him. They were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori. This is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a Gu Immortal hiding, we have many people. If I retreat without a fight, who in Northern Plains will respect me in the future? Chapter 801. After making up his mind, the Free Scholar's aura surged as he shouted. Fight! The other party is just one person. If you are a coward, you can retreat by yourself. 5 WWW 23WX. COM, good, we will follow Lord. As expected of Lord Free Scholar, with you around, What can Dong Fan Yuliang do? The demons cheered. The free scholar waved his sleeves as a killer move burst out, clearing the surrounding starlight and charging towards Dong Fan Yuliang. Come at me! Dong Fan Yuliang did not fear the free scholar's rank 7 power. Instead of retreating, he went deep into the starlight. At once, starlight surged. It was like the sea of stars was surging. The waves were surging unceasingly. Dong Fan Yuliang became the lord of the stars. He controlled countless starlight and created a grand star wave, fighting alone. This wave of slaughter caused the stars to flutter and light to scatter. Dong Fan Yuliang was initially outnumbered and in imminent danger. But as time passed, the amount of starlight continued to increase, almost forming a lump. The starlight obscured their vision and interfered with their coordination. Star thoughts invaded their minds. The demonic path Gu immortals made many mistakes. The more chaotic the battle, the more benefits Dong Fan Yuliang had. The immortals were injured many times. They gradually did not dare to cooperate and fought alone. This greatly reduced the pressure on Dong Fan Yuliang. Only the free scholar was unstoppable and unstoppable. He was Dong Fan Yuliang's greatest enemy. Dong Fan Yuliang avoided his attacks and did not dare to fight him head-on. The free scholar was repeatedly obstructed by the demonic path Gu immortals. He was furious. This Dong Fan Yuliang is so slippery. He is so young, but he is even more crafty than Dong Fan Naganori. He has no flaws. It is as if he had practiced this killer move since birth. Dong Fan Yuliang's inheritance is actually so mystical? Not far away. Kenyang Laojun was also inwardly shocked by Hataru's power. He had been concealing his traces and healing his injuries quietly. His eyes darted around from time to time. He looked at Fan Yuan and the others at the edge of the battlefield. He vaguely guessed Fan Yuan's identity, and waited for Fan Yuan to jump into the battlefield. He was not good at chasing. However, with the help of Hataru, the chances of capturing and killing Fan Yuan would increase greatly. But Fan Yuan did not move from the start to the end, watching with folded arms. This made old Lord Kenyang feel anxious. He had to endure patiently. Immortal killer move, 1000 disintegration. The free scholar couldn't win after a long battle, so he finally used his trump card. Dong Fan Yuliang chuckled. He was already prepared for this move. Dong Fan Yuliang moved swiftly like a butterfly. He dodged the glare. But at this moment, Dong Fan Yuliang's body suddenly stopped, and Dong Fan Wenxiu's angry roar came from his body. Old bastard, I'll die with you! Saying so, Dong Fan Yuliang changed direction and charged towards the killer move 1000 disintegrations. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of 1000 disintegrations was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Dong Fan Yuliang charged head-on. This was simply suicide. At once, everyone was stunned and forgot to react. Even the free scholar was stunned as he watched Dong Fan Yuliang collide with his killer move. Light of 1000 disintegrations. It shone on Dong Fan Yuliang's head and immediately melted Dong Fan Yuliang's hair, then his skull. It went straight into his brain. At the moment of life and death, Kenyang Laojun roared. He could no longer heal his injuries and showed himself. He saved him. He attacked with one hand and defended with the other. The flames surged, setting off torrential heat waves that rushed toward the unfettered scholar. Facing a rank 7 expert, the free scholar had no choice but to deal with it. He was distracted. Kenyang Laojun used this chance to pull Dong Fan Yuliang back. Dong Fan Yuliang's skull had just been penetrated. His brain was almost severely injured. At this moment, countless star thoughts gushed out like a fountain from the hole in the skull. After being saved by Kenyang Laojun, Dong Fan Yuliang's expression calmed down. Dong Fan Naganori's soul had regained control of his body. He couldn't help but reveal a look of fear on his face. If he had been slightly slower, Dong Fan Yuliang's entire brain would have been melted. Dong Fan Naganori could be said to have taken a trip to the gates of hell, his life hanging by a thread. Without Kenyang Laojun, he would have died again. What are you doing? Kenyang Laojun saved Dong Fan Naganori. He pulled him back while shouting in the latter's ears, his heart still palpitating. Regarding the possession method, Dong Fan Naganori had only taught him half of it. The other half, which was the final crucial step, was kept in Dongfang Naganori's hands. Thus, Kenyan Laojun was not willing to see Dongfang Naganori die. Dongfang Naganori had purposely held back, he had schemed against Kenyan Laojun, it was effective now. But even though his life was saved, Dongfang Naganori's expression was ashen, it was quite unsightly. This was because he had gone through immortal ascension in a hurry, he had forcefully endured the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, Dongfang Naganori had deceived the 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals, allowing the phantom formation to draw out 8 immortal aperture origin cores. But these origin cores contained the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals, they could not be directly poured into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Thus, Dongfang Naganori turned these origin cores into a blood veil through the effect of Sutra Blood Immortal Gu. He then used the offensive firepower of the demonic path Gu immortals to forge it, treating the wills and auras of the 8 Gu immortals in the origin cores as impurities and getting rid of them. After this process, Dongfang Naganori would inject pure immortal aperture origin cores into Dongfang Yuliang's body. There would be no side effects. But the calamities and tribulations were too terrifying, they far surpassed Dongfang Naganori's expectations. In the end, a dangerous situation occurred. At the crucial moment of life and death, Dongfang Naganori had to skip the blood veil forging step. He extracted the 8 Gu immortals' immortal aperture origin cores and poured them into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Even though he had survived the tribulation and became a Gu immortal. But the newly formed immortal aperture contained the wills of the 8 Gu immortals, it was filled with their auras. The bodies and souls of these 8 Gu immortals had already been destroyed in the earth-shattering explosion. But they were betrayed, their hatred towards Dongfang Naganori was preserved through their wills and auras. Dongfang Naganori used all his concentration to fight against Free Scholar, but in a moment of carelessness, the hidden danger erupted and he suffered an intense backlash. Dongfang Naganori had expected this, but when the backlash erupted, he realized that his estimation was too optimistic. The wills accumulated in the immortal aperture were too strong. It far exceeded his estimation. Thus, the backlash occurred. He almost died under 1,000 disintegrations. Dongfang Naganori sighed. He was about to explain to Kenyan Laojun. Suddenly, his face distorted, showing a malevolent and hateful expression. Kenyan Laojun was alarmed. He quickly let go and retreated. At the next moment, Dongfang Yuliang used a ruthless killer move, attacking his benefactor, Kenyan Laojun. Fortunately, Kenyan Laojun was vigilant. Dongfang Yuliang's attack missed. Old scoundrel Chong Fan, you are shameless and selfish. Scheming against your own Gu immortal's life so that you can possess a body to revive. Dongfang Yuliang roared, but his tone was different from before. It sounded like Dongfang Yikong. Such a shocking change caused everyone to scratch their heads in confusion. Free Scholar's eyes shined with brilliance. He attacked again. He reacted in time this time, taking the initiative to attack. The killer move 1,000 disintegrations erupted again, shooting towards Dongfang Yuliang. But Dongfang Naganori controlled his body again. He narrowly avoided the killer move 1,000 disintegrations. However, good times did not last. Soon, another Dongfang tribe Gu immortals forcefully appeared and controlled his body. While shouting, he took the initiative to seek death. Kenyan Laojun had no choice but to attack again, saving Dongfang Naganori from his predicament. The battle situation changed again. Originally, tides were rising and falling. Hataru, which had an orderly offense and defense, was now in chaos. The demonic path Gu immortals felt less pressure. They attacked Dongfang Yuliang one after another. Among them, Free Scholar posed the greatest threat. Rampaging in the sea of starlight, 1,000 disintegrations was unstoppable, sweeping everything in its path. But Dongfang Naganori had Kenyan Laojun's protection. The latter was an expert of Central Continent's ancient sect. He had deep foundations, and his immortal killer move life-chasing fire was rather troublesome, blocking Free Scholar. Dongfang Yuliang was sometimes counterattacked by some Dongfang tribe Gu immortals will. He would take the initiative to attack Kenyan Laojun, or even commit suicide. Sometimes, he would be controlled by Dongfang Naganori again to fight against the demonic path Gu Immortals, trying to salvage the situation. But this battle unavoidably turned into a chaotic battle. The source of the chaos was Dongfang Yuliang. What is going on? Fairy Li Shan and the other two were standing at the edge of the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, they were confused. The situation had changed strangely. It was out of their expectations. It seems that Dongfang Naganori sacrificed his clan's Gu Immortal to possess Dongfang Yuliang, but he did not succeed. This old thing is really scheming. He Lulan sneered. No matter who Dongfang Yuliang is, the Fire Path Gu Immortal beside him is not from Northern Plains. He is a Gu Immortal expert from Central Continent's Crane Gate. His name is Kenyang Laojun. After the battle earlier, he might already be suspicious of me. Fan Yuan exposed Kenyang Laojun's identity and transmitted secretly. What? This is troublesome. He Lulan frowned deeply. She and Fan Yuan were in the same boat. They shared both honor and disgrace. If Fan Yuan was exposed, she would be in grave danger. What do we do now? Do we have to silence him? Fairy Li Shan was restless. No. He is only suspicious. As long as I do not expose myself, he cannot deduce my Central Continent identity. The battle is very chaotic now. If we interfere, we might not be able to escape. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. Hataru is strong. Even if we attack, to conceal our identities, we will not dare to use our full strength. Moreover, Kenyang Laojun is an expert among rank 7s. He cannot be humiliated. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he transmitted to the two girls. He had the intention to retreat long ago, even though the situation was chaotic. With their current situation, they could not attack freely. Even if they could display their full strength, the three of them together would not be strong enough to intimidate the entire battlefield and control their lives. You mean we should retreat? He Lulan was not willing. The chaotic battle was still an opportunity for her. She was determined to take revenge, but He Qing was strong, and she had lost Immortal Gu's self-strength. Her battle strength had fallen. If she did not use these opportunities to raise her strength, when would she be able to take revenge? Fan Yuan smiled. I mean, we should retreat and advance. Did you notice that in this short period of time, Dongfang Yuliang has already lost control over 10 times, but in truth, there are only 8 Gu Immortals wolves causing trouble. You are saying? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan understood what he meant. Their eyes shined with dazzling light. That's right. How many Gu Immortals does Dongfang tribe have? Even if they have some hidden strength, Dongfang tribe's headquarters is still the weakest in history. Think about it, that is the accumulation of a superforce. Fan Yuan spoke slowly, but his words made He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's hearts burn with passion. Chapter 802. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang clan, the old nest of Dongfang Naganori. It has a long history and has been in business for thousands of years. This kind of blessed land was different from ordinary blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands were the immortal apertures of Gu Immortals. They were owned by one person. When a Gu Immortal's cultivation level rises to rank 8, their immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven. But things like Jade Pool Blessed Land were not unique to any Gu Immortal. It was formed by many Gu Immortals cutting off a portion of their blessed lands and piecing them together. Blessed lands could swallow each other up in the first place. Back when Fan Yuan was undergoing tribulation on the Heaven Stairway Mountain, he was attacked by the wild beast Mud Crab and had to give up a part of his blessed land. In the end, this portion of blessed land was immediately snatched away by the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain, fusing into their own blessed land. To annex a blessed land, one had to fulfill rather stringent requirements. But when piecing together blessed lands, the relative standard was very low. Most of the superforces in the 5 regions were formed from the contribution points of various Gu Immortals. Dongfang clan's Jade Pool Blessed Land, Murong clan's Yinyang Blessed Land, Guan clan's Shihuang Blessed Land, and Tai clan's Iron Eagle Blessed Land were all the same. Even the number 1 demonic path force in Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was the same. The demonic path Gu immortals contributed a portion of their blessed land, finally piecing together Snowy Mountain blessed land and moving in it. The snowy mountain peak that each of them occupied was the portion of land they contributed. As the first peak master, old ancestor Shui, who had his own rank 8 immortal aperture grotto heaven. The third branch peak's lord, Fairy Li Shan, also had her own immortal aperture. A Gu immortal's personal immortal aperture was an important place. It contained countless resources. It was very private. In most cases, they wouldn't let outsiders in. Once it suffered damage, the losses would be quite heavy. Among them, there were some special cases. It was Zombie Alliance. The members of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. The immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. A portion of it would collapse every once in a while. It could not be pieced back together. Thus, in the 5 regions, Zombie Alliance's headquarters were not immortal apertures. For example, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters was in Dark Flow Giant City. This kind of headquarters was much weaker than the headquarters of the Blessed Lands. This was one of the reasons why Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than superpowers. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Fan Yuan's group to find the Jade Pool Paradise. A blessed land that was pieced together like this. Usually, they would be planted on the ground to absorb earth qi and stabilize the space inside. At the same time, it would greatly delay the arrival of every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I am very clear about the location of this Jade Den blessed land. If it hadn't moved, it should be in the southeast direction. If we fly at this speed, we will only need an hour. Fairy Li Shan took the lead and flew in front. It should still be there. The lair of a superpower like this played an important role among the various superpowers. It was the central symbol that divided the territory of influence. They usually don't migrate easily. He Lulon had an excited expression. This time, Dongfang Naganori miscalculated. He actually dared to destroy himself and sacrifice Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. To fulfill his wish. Fan Yuan followed behind the 2 girls, not saying a word. As he flew at high speed, he was met with a strong gust of wind. The wind whistled past his ears. In Fan Yuan's mind, he was recalling his previous life's memories. From his previous life's perspective, he knew very little about Dongfang Naganori's matter. He knew very little. In his previous life, it was unknown whether Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang or not. But at least Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master for a long time. At that time, Imperial Court Blessed Land was not destroyed. He Lulon won and came out of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She went against the rules and changed the system, dying suddenly. In the end, Ma Hongyun stepped onto the stage of history. After that, Ma Hongyun led the army and became the lord of the Imperial Court. During the 3rd Imperial Court contest, he was suppressed by 3 Hearts Combination Soul and was captured alive by Dongfang tribe. In the end, Ma Hongyun's luck was too great. He actually instigated Dongfang Yuliang's sister, Dongfang Qinyu. Not only did Dongfang Qinyu secretly let him go, she even told Ma Hongyun the secret of 3 Hearts Combination Soul, causing Ma Hongyun to win again and Dongfang tribe to lose. Fan Yuan suddenly had a thought. He had a different view. If in my previous life, Dongfang Naganori possessed Dongfang Yuliang, then Dongfang Qinyu might not be doing this because of Ma Hongyun. She might have sensed something and wanted to take revenge for her brother. After all, Dongfang Qinyu and Dongfang Yuliang were blood-related siblings. They supported each other and staggered along the way. No matter how Dongfang Naganori put on a show, after a long time, he would be exposed in front of his close relatives. But maybe Dongfang Naganori failed in his previous life. He might have succeeded, but the effect was not good. Dongfang Yuliang was still a mortal Gu master. Fan Yuan guessed. Ever since he destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains' situation had undergone a huge change. At least in his previous life, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals like Dongfang Wanxiu and Dongfang Yikong were still alive. But now, they were all sacrificed. This change in the situation led to a change in Central Continent's situation. Central Continent was the center of the 5 regions. It could be predicted that in the future, the other 3 regions would also have some changes. The advantage of rebirth is getting smaller. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The stronger he got, the greater the influence he had. There was a butterfly effect. Fang Yuan was no longer a butterfly now, he was an eagle. About an hour later, they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. What they saw was out of their expectations. Jade Pool Blessed Land was an independent small world. When the entrance was closed, it could not be detected by the naked eye. But now, there was a huge hole, they could see the situation inside the Blessed Land. At the same time, explosions and sounds of fighting could be heard. Someone got here first? He Lolan's gaze focused. It seems that they have just broken the hole and entered. I had an agreement with Dongfang Naganori, but I cannot attack Dongfang tribe, Fairy Lishan said. Fang Yuan had the highest battle strength among the 3. He walked to the front and shouted, "Let's go in first." The 3 entered the hole and entered Jade Pool Blessed Land. There was a huge battle in the Blessed Land. Several demonic Path Gu immortals were fighting against the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land. It was an intense battle. It seems that we came at the right time. He Lulan relaxed. But her tone sank. It is Pai Shui-han. So it turned out. Ever since Pai Shui-han was hit by Kenyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, he could not get rid of it, and was afraid that others would attack him. He could only escape. While escaping, he gradually calmed down. To his surprise, he found that his clothes were completely undamaged in the fire. Pai Shui-han was enlightened. After thinking for a while, he realized this life-chasing flame only burns things that are alive, but his own clothes are dead. Thus, they were not harmed. And he had been using healing killer moves. His life force was growing instead, causing his clothes to be burned. After figuring out the answer, Pai Shui-han changed his strategy. He restrained all the life force in his body and extinguished the life-chasing fire. After getting rid of this threat, he turned around and wanted to rejoin the Tai Chio battlefield. On the way back, he saw a few people secretly leaving. They were rank 6 demonic Path Gu immortals who wanted to take advantage of him. Pai Shui-han was astute. Seeing that these people were following him, he immediately understood their intentions. Anger surged in his heart. He taught them a lesson. The demonic Path Gu immortals worked together, but were not Pai Shui-han's match at rank 7. Just as Pai Shui-han was venting his anger, there was a commotion from the battle. 2 rank 6 peak stage demonic Path Gu immortals appeared. They were Chia Min of Enslavement Path, and Half Moon Broodmaster of Moon Path. These 2 had a good relationship with one of the demonic Path Gu immortals. They tried to mediate. They also persuaded Pai Shui-han not to go to Tai Chio. They might as well go to Dongfang tribe's base. Pai Shui-han was wary of life-chasing fire to begin with. He also heard from Half Moon Broodmaster that he had an immortal Gu that could pierce space and enter Jade Pool Blessed Land. Pai Shui-han thought a free scholar, and the unfathomable trio of Fang Yuan, even if he got the Wisdom Path inheritance, it would only be incomplete and had low value. There was little chance of him using it. He decided to change his direction and charge towards Jade Pool Blessed Land with the other demonic Path Gu immortals. When they arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land, Half Moon Broodmaster used his method and created a path. Everyone killed their way in, intending to make a quick profit before running away, knowing when to stop. But they found that there were no Gu immortals obstructing them. Just as they were fighting with the desolate beasts guarding the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and the rest came in. Seeing 3 black-robed Gu immortals coming in to take advantage of the situation, the closest enslavement Path Gu immortal, Chia Min, immediately attacked. At his will, 3 desolate beast birds flew out of his immortal aperture and surrounded them. Who are you? I spent so much effort to create a path, you want to take advantage of this situation? Half Moon Broodmaster shouted as he slashed with his arm, using a killer move. Pai Shui-han saw Fang Yuan and his pupils shrunk. He felt a headache. It's the 3 of them, why did they come? He knew how powerful Fang Yuan was, but he still attacked. Before attacking, these people had already made an agreement to work together. If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shui-han was slightly slower. Even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength. He could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic Path Gu immortals, when they saw Fan Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shui-han had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds. They acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack. They were powerless. Hee, good. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly. 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast's bird and squeezed. The desolate beast's bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the half-moon berserker and Pai Shui-han as if they were twigs. Xie Shimin and half-moon broodmaster did not know about this. Seeing this, they were dumbfounded. They were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength! Where did this expert come from? After Fan Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly. 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before. A total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shui-han. At the same time, he shouted, Pai Shui-han, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough. As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shui-han a lesson. He was very arrogant. Chapter 803. Pai Shui-han snorted coldly. He was furious. He was a famous expert. It had been a long time since Fan Yuan made such a ruckus. Pai Shui-han did not want to show weakness, but just as he wanted to attack and retaliate against Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew over, revealing her rank 7 aura. He Lulon was at the side, activating several immortal gu without concealment. This was clearly a situation where 3 people were attacking him. Pai Shui-han's eyelids twitched, he gritted his teeth and stopped attacking. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, he did not have someone like Free Scholar with him. He was alone, but the other side had the advantage in numbers. Pai Shui-han could not regain his face. He snorted coldly while dealing with the desolate beast, saying to Fan Yuan, Didn't all of you come here? Don't be too arrogant. Do you think I am a pushover? I am looking at the big picture. I have a long-term vision. I do not want to argue with a brute like you. There are huge benefits in front of me. If I fight you endlessly, it will be too late to regret after I miss this opportunity. Even though the desolate beasts were fierce, Pai Shui-han's strength was undeniably high. He fought while also conversing with Fan Yuan and the rest. On the other side, Xie Shimin and half-moon barbaric commander paled in comparison. Hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed, standing in the air. She purposely said in a hoarse voice, That makes sense. Now is not the time to fight. Why don't we kill them and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves? Fan Yuan purposely shouted in dissatisfaction. He Lulon cooperated well, retorting, There is not enough time. Do you think we are the only ones who want this floor? Since we can come, the others are not fools. The onlookers were not fools, and there would probably be more people coming. And Dong Fang Naganori is a schemer. How can he not make preparations in his base? Fairy Li Shan also said, Let's leave it like this. How many times have I told you? Number 7, you have to control your temper. Fairy Li Shan purposely shouted with a lecturing tone. Fan Yuan snorted, as if he was obeying her orders. The 3 of them had worked together several times, and now that they had a tacit understanding of each other, their performance was flawless. Pai Shui-han could not help but feel even more fearful. On the other side, Xie Shimin and the half-moon broodmaster looked at each other. At the same time, he was bewildered. Where did this force come from? Such a character. And he's only in the 7th position, not the leader? Brother Pai, Jaden Paradise is so big, it's not something that can be monopolized by either of us. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited, a long night is fraught with trouble. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shui-han didn't want to fight with them. Seeing that there was a way out, he tried to save some face and said reluctantly, Fine. I'll let you guys participate. We've already set a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. There must be a lot of good stuff, and whoever finds it first gets to keep it. It was a stalemate. It could be traded. If we can't, we'll go by strength. Fan Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rule was this? There were no rules. There was no difference between them. Demonic Path Gu masters never trusted each other. Such a rule. It was full of demonic style, and had no restrictions. Of course. Earlier, Pai Shui-han and Xie Shimin's rules were definitely not just like this. There should be a rule to split the loot according to cultivation level. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Pai Shui-han was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had the strongest battle strength. He had to protect his own benefits. But times had changed. Fan Yuan and the rest were stronger now. Pai Shui-han was at a disadvantage. He was not stupid enough to suggest such a rule. Xie Shimin and the Half-Moon Broodmaster were stunned. They were filled with regret. Why were they in such a hurry? They did not care about the situation. Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Xie Shimin saw that the two sides had reached an agreement. He had no choice but to say, "Sir, please return my 3 desolate birds." Fan Yuan laughed loudly, saying arrogantly, "These good-looking but useless trash, I will return them to you." As he said that, he casually let go of the 3 desolate beast birds, as if they were not worth mentioning. Xie Shimin was filled with anger. He felt unbearable. These desolate beast birds had weak battle strength, but they were easy to control. There was only one beast enslavement Immortal Gu, but there were many ways to control desolate beasts. Wisdom Path, Water Path, Fire Path, and others were all interconnected. Xie Shimin naturally had methods that he did not use. Once he activated them, he could raise the desolate beast bird's battle strength by 50%. But Fan Yuan's side was too ferocious. It would be better if they fought him. But Fan Yuan went to find trouble with Pai Shui-han. He did not even look at them. The 2 demonic Path Gu immortals did not know the details of Fan Yuan's group, but they knew how powerful Pai Shui-han was. Even Pai Shui-han was restrained. He was at a disadvantage. How could they dare to attack? Thus, Xie Shimin was intimidated. He did not dare to attack even before the battle began. He did not say a word to Fan Yuan's mockery. He endured it silently, not daring to say a word. In fact, Fairy Li Shan was an information path cultivator. Her battle strength was average among rank 7s. He Lulan lost myriad self. She did not have a true immortal killer move. Her battle strength had fallen. She could only be considered a middle to rank 6 at most. If Fan Yuan fought with Pai Shui-han, as time went on, he would also be at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Fan Yuan's side was actually weaker. But the first was to attack schemes, the second was to attack allies, the third was to attack the city. Fan Yuan's group focused on attacking the enemy's mind. They wanted to subdue the enemy without fighting. The strength system might differ from world to world, or they might be very different. But philosophy was universal. No matter which world, the principle of attacking schemes was true knowledge. Only those with brains would want to fight and kill all day long. As long as one had some understanding of politics, they would know that war was just a method, an extension of politics. And the foundation of politics was economics. Economics was benefits. In other words, everything was a struggle for benefits. To Fan Yuan, coldness, arrogance, lowliness, and arrogance were just masks. They were tools to gain benefits. The 2 sides discussed and decided to cooperate. The desolate beasts in Jade Pool blessed land. They were already at a disadvantage and had no one to command them. Right now, on the demonic Path Gu Immortal's side. With new reinforcements, they were quickly defeated. Some died, some were injured, and some escaped. "Ha ha ha, let's kill our way in!" Fan Yuan purposely laughed wildly, flying into the depths of Jade Pool blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land's vast land was filled with deep pools of all sizes. These deep pools and small lakes intersected with each other. There were tens of thousands of them. They were like the stars in the sky, extremely beautiful. The terrain of the blessed land was very messy. It was extremely messy, with each jade pond as the center point, radiating in all directions. Some were grasslands, some were surrounded by trees. Some were in valleys, some were in swamps and rotten land. What a great blessed land! Fan Yuan could not help but exclaim. Following behind him, He Lulan was silent, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Li Shan had already been here. She smiled as she introduced. Every jade pool here is unique. They have different water quality. They can nurture countless water tribes, raise goo worm groups, or create environments. They can store the corresponding resources. Dongfang Naganori had his own unique management philosophy. During his time in power, he brought in resources from Eastern Sea. After they produced results in Jade Pool Blessed Land, they would sell them in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Be it the righteous path or the demonic path, they were very popular. Even in jewel yellow skies. The Eastern tribe was famous for their shoals of fish and aquatic plants. Although they cannot compare to Eastern Sea's superforces, they have their own specialties. Hearing this, He Lulan realized something. She was eager to try. That means every pool here is a place where resources are stored. Ha ha ha, there are actually so many crystal essence water plants. They are suitable for my blessed land. I can save a lot of expenses. Not far away, a demonic path Goo Immortal had already occupied a pool. He was laughing loudly. We need to split up. If we stay together, others will be suspicious. Fan Yuan transmitted. All right, we will be able to plunder more if we split up. But we need to keep in contact and look out for each other. Not mentioning Pai Shuhan's group, Dongfang Naganori might have set up a trap here. I will be leaving first. He Lulan changed directions. Leaving Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan, she flew towards a pool at the bottom left. This child. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan's departing figure. She sighed and said to Fan Yuan, I made the alliance agreement back then. I cannot attack Dongfang tribe. I can't even touch these resources, but I can play a little bit of the game. I will scout the surroundings for you. If there are any rare resources, I will inform you too. Okay. Fan Yuan's reply was concise. He suddenly saw a pool. The water was clear. There seemed to be a layer of oil floating on the surface. The size of the pool mouth was larger than the surrounding pools. I will go too. Fan Yuan's body flickered. He flew down like lightning. Fairy Li Shan flew into the sky, her figure soon disappearing into the clouds. Far away, Pai Shuhan saw Fan Yuan's group split up. A dark light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and turned towards the pool. Fairy Li Shan flew to the cloud. She used whole earth goo and sent a secret message to He Lulan. Quick! Jade Pool Blessed Land has two great treasures. One is Thatched Hut, the other is Minuscule Mountain. The former is a rank 6 immortal goo house. It has both offense and defense. It is good at storage. The latter is a legendary place recorded in the legends of Renzu. It is home to one of the variant humans, the Miniman tribe. No matter which one we obtain, it will be of great help to our future cultivation. He Lulan immediately replied. I have heard of these two treasures. But Aunt, how can you be sure that these two are in Jade Pool Blessed Land? Fairy Li Shan smiled and replied. I have cooperated with Dongfang tribe many times. I know some of their internal affairs. Thatched Hut contains the public resources of Dongfang tribe. Even Dongfang Naganori cannot take them away. As for Minuscule Mountain, don't look down on it because it is small. It is a true mountain. It needs to absorb earth chi to stabilize the mountain. It cannot be taken away easily. Moreover, Dongfang Naganori has made an alliance agreement with the righteous path. With Minuscule Mountain guarding here, the alliance agreement is the most restrictive. Of course, these two treasures can also be secretly moved away. But the possibility is not high. Even if it is small, we still have to try. There are tens of thousands of jade ponds, and the thatched hut might be in the same place as last time. Just follow my instructions and sneak over there. Piao Tianji said. Chapter 804. He Lulan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied. Little Aunt, don't worry, I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground. In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the blood stains and continued to send a secret message to He Luan. "All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals. Especially that fellow Fan Yuan, he is extremely shrewd and scheming, even Pai Shuihan was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching, you need to be on guard against him." "Of course," He Luan quickly replied. Fan Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. "So it is oil water." He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel-yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel-yellow skies would take a lot of fees, it was not worth it. If jewel-yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep, it was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth qi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while, they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then they will make use of the Earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fan Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain, they needed specific Gu worms. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this, he also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding Gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Gu worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their Gu worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fan Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old Gu master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old Gu master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fan Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fan Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fan Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. If this was before the auction, Fan Yuan would not have been able to do anything. But after the auction, he had the strength path immortal Gu pulling water, which specialized in dealing with water. Wouldn't it be easy to obtain oil? Although the oil is precious, it is not an immortal material. Using immortal Gu pulling water to collect it is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. If not for the fact that this pool has a large portion of oil, I will be participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It would be the best time to use the oil. Otherwise, I would not take it. Fan Yuan needed to expend green grape immortal essence to activate the immortal Gu. The value of green grape immortal essence was much higher than the oil. If not for the Refinement Path Convention, Fan Yuan might have left already. At this moment, Fan Yuan was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. The oil was continuously pouring into his immortal aperture. He turned his body slightly and looked towards He Luan. There was no movement from He Lolan's side, she seemed to have gone to another pool. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He had some guesses about Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's tricks, but he was not anxious. With the advantage of rebirth, how could he not know about thatched hut and minuscule mountain? In fact, he knew even more than Fairy Li Shan. In his previous life, during the Five Regions War, all kinds of immortal Gu houses fought and caused many large-scale battles. Immortal killer moves were easily countered and countered, but immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. Even if they had different specialties, they had no weaknesses in other aspects. Especially in immortal Gu houses, the more Gu immortals they carried, the stronger they would be. They could rampage on the battlefield and were almost unstoppable fortresses of war. If thatched hut could be found so easily, it would not be thatched hut. Fan Yuan collected all the oil under his feet and flew towards another pool. After collecting several resources that were similar to oil and water, Fan Yuan finally found a deep pool with a beast group inside, causing his eyes to shine. Sensing that Fan Yuan had forcefully invaded their territory, wolf howls resounded everywhere as tens of thousands of shark-fin wolves rushed out of the pool, forming into a formation and eyeing Fan Yuan, who was in the air like a tiger watching its prey. Fan Yuan had used some of these shark-fin wolves when he was disguised as Wolf King Chang Shanin. They were very useful. They were the size of elephants, amphibious, and were one of the few wolf groups that could fight underwater. They had extremely strong defense, their bodies were covered in smooth crocodile skin armor, and sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of their bodies. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fan Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fan Yuan's interest. Fan Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark-fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body's shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark-fin wolf was crouching, its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fan Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal Gu, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal Gu. It was kept in Langya Blessed Land. Using this Gu to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Fan Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal Gu. Other enslavement path Gu immortals naturally did not have it either. But when Gu immortals use Gu, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal Gu. For example, Flying Bear Phantom Gu was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path, Wisdom Path, and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichio? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of Gu masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself, and it could be released to kill enemies. He Fingyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal Gu. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths beside the deep pool. Both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark-fin wolf did not move. Fan Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Fan Yuan took the initiative to attack. 2 strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right, pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Fan Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Fan Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Fan Yuan did not dodge or evade. 2 strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the 2 strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air, and was still some distance away from its target, Fan Yuan, when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment, it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled, and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the 2 strength path giant hands. It twisted its body, but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur. Tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Fan Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand, a total of 5. Flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Fan Yuan's body was not big, he was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Broodmaster heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fan Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fan Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fan Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate. But he had surpassed the great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious. How could they leave them for a desolate beast? However, the shark fin wolf was beaten up by Fan Yuan. It could not even raise its head, but it still had a stubborn attitude. Fan Yuan snorted coldly and decided to increase his strength. He willed, for strength path giant hands grabbed the shark fin wolf's front and back limbs, and then directly lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was beaten into a miserable state. Its whole body was stretched out in the shape of a big character. Its 4 legs were ruthlessly grabbed by the strength path giant hands. The sound of leg bones shattering could be heard. The remaining strength path giant hand was in the shape of a palm, slapping the desolate beast shark fin wolf's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. The huge wolf's head swung left and right rapidly under the repeated heavy blows of the palm. The howls of the wolf group below immediately became louder. most of the wolf group had already collapsed, and there were already wolf groups fleeing at the edges. This is a real beating. Cold sweat seeped out of Half Moon Broodmaster's shiny forehead when he saw this. Fan Yuan's ferocious might was at its peak. It could not help but make people tremble in fear. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost beaten into a pile of soft mud. Its howls had changed, but its barely opened eyes still revealed a stubborn gaze, filled with bone-deep hatred. Wolves had always been a fierce beast that held a grudge. Still not giving in? Fan Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. Obeying the strong was a beast's survival instinct. According to common sense, such a huge gap in strength should have made the desolate beast shark fin wolf give in long ago. Fan Yuan observed carefully. He made another discovery. So that's how it is, this shark fin wolf is in heat. It's the time when its manliness is at its strongest, no wonder it's so tough. His mind turned, and he suddenly had a strange idea. Under Fan Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed from the shape of a palm. The giant hand slowly bent its middle finger and merged with its thumb. Then, Half Moon Broodmaster saw from afar, this strength path giant hand slowly sank, sinking between the legs of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Suddenly, the thumb relaxed slightly, and the middle finger flicked out. It accurately hit the male wolf's genitals. Oh whoa! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook as if it was struck by lightning, its eyes almost popping out. It raised its head and howled, its voice filled with boundless pain. Snap, snap, snap. Awoo, awoo, awoo! The shark fin wolf sang loudly, its pitch getting higher and higher. In the distance, Half Moon Broodmaster gaped at this shocking scene with his mouth wide open. This, he stammered, unable to speak. Although he understood that this was Fan Yuan subduing the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he had never seen or heard of such a method. In that instant, Fan Yuan's image in the Half Moon Broodmaster's heart underwent a huge change. Fan Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His original appearance could not be seen. But in the hearts of outsiders, they naturally had their own speculations. Originally, in the Half Moon Broodmaster's heart, Fan Yuan was the image of a wild and fierce brawny man, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His eyes bulged out, glinting fiercely as if he wanted to devour someone. Now, this image had changed. The image of a brawny man was gone. The tiger's back and the bear's waist were at most wolf's back and wasp's waist. His eyes were vicious, his white teeth bared, revealing a perverted and crazy aura. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it completely surrendered. The strength of the hand loosened, and it was smashed to the ground, motionless. Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its two front paws covering between its two hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fan Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the Half Moon Broodmaster in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The Half Moon Broodmaster naturally could not see Fan Yuan's true appearance. But he felt that Fan Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning hot body. The Half Moon Broodmaster felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel, he's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult, life is not easy. The Half Moon Broodmaster swallowed his saliva, and with a flash, he quickly went far away, with a hint of fleeing. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 805. Fan Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf and stored it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mind had already collapsed. It soon fell unconscious and could not control the shark fin wolf group. Fan Yuan did not have any good methods. He could only let those ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was a pity. Capturing the desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a great harvest. Next, he continued to search around. But the deep pools he encountered were all ordinary resources. Although there was a lot of them, there was nothing to write home about. Dongfang Tribe's headquarters definitely had many good things. But there were thousands of deep pools. Fan Yuan's scouting range was not wide, moreover, there were demonic path Gu immortals competing in the surroundings. How much he could plunder depended on his luck. Not long after, his luck came again. He saw a deep pool. What was stored in this deep pool was not water, but fire. The fire was burning fiercely. This was a unique fire pool. After Fan Yuan used several scouting methods, he found a group of long snakes and fierce beasts living in this deep pool. Fan Yuan identified them and found they were eerie fire dragon pythons. Adult eerie fire dragon pythons were huge, at least 100 feet long. Their bodies were as thick as towers. The eerie fire dragon pythons had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on their heads, and a pair of bloodshot eyes. The snake's tongue was a strange purple color, and when it moved back and forth, one could see eerie blue flames coiling around the tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there were no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon pythons, there were a lot of them. The pythons were simply piled up together. The snakes wriggled, looking somewhat horrifying. Fan Yuan, however, felt his heart pounding. The eerie fire dragon python's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood. It was the best food to feed some blood path Gu worms. Python skin, python tendons, and so on were excellent materials to refine many Gu worms. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Eerie fire dragon pythons have always lived in a small family. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to let so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. Although this method is small, it is quite effective. It's extremely easy for the eerie fire dragon python to reproduce. Fan Yuan was able to see some clues. Come to think of it, when he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs. Now that it had successfully hatched, the newly born eerie fire dragon pythons lived in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but because there were too few of them, Fan Yuan had always looked down on them. If he could get his hands on such a group of eerie fire dragon pythons. A large number of them were raised in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. From now on, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of dark fire snake galls and sell them in jewel yellow skies, which could be considered a small income. Although Fan Yuan was in the Gutsku business, he quickly estimated the profits from selling the eerie fire snake gall, and was slightly moved. Action was better than action. Fan Yuan acted swiftly, immediately sending out a strength path giant hand to grab it. He still couldn't control his strength. Many eerie fire dragon pythons were crushed to death by the strength path giant hands. After all, the variation of this move was based on the characteristics of great power and heavy power. It was rather lacking in the area of fine control. He grabbed dozens of handfuls. There were still many eerie fire dragon pythons in the pool. He gradually became impatient. He lacked an effective method to collect them, so he could only act rashly. But now, time was limited. Fan Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped, and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way, and saw many mortal Gu masters from time to time. Some of these Gu masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks, and so on. After Fan Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden Gu masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Fan Yuan. It was just that Fan Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shuihan and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with Gu immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, Gu immortals were extremely rare. They were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, Gu immortals also faced the pressure of survival. They were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, Gu immortals were just legends, they did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool blessed land were the core of Dongfang tribe, they knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance. They scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic Path Gu immortals like Fan Yuan cared more about benefits. They could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fan Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious. He started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fan Yuan kept his guard up. According to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature, it was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool blessed land. As he flew further away, Fan Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60, they were not far from each other, they were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fan Yuan's mind moved, his body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first, the regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast, you actually want to keep it all to yourself? As Fan Yuan flew closer, he saw two demonic Path Gu immortals standing at the edge of a pool. They were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Seeing Fan Yuan fly over, these two demonic Path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They quickly stopped arguing and stood side by side. Senior! My apologies, the regretful spiders here were discovered by us two brothers. According to the rules. Hee. One of them immediately spoke, his face full of vigilance and nervousness. I heard rumors that there is a pool in the northwest direction. There are large numbers of air bubble fish inside. Several Gu immortals are fighting over them. The other tried to divert the trouble. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly, his expression extremely fierce. You two want me to leave like this? The moment he said that, two strength path giant hands flew out. They floated to the left and right of Fan Yuan. They looked like they were ready to attack. The two demonic Path Gu immortals saw this, and their expressions turned ashen. At the same time, they were inwardly complaining incessantly. They had personally witnessed Fan Yuan's ferocity not long ago. Even Pai Shuihan was suppressed. They were only at the bottom of rank 6, facing such a powerful Fan Yuan. Once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be dire. But the scale of the resources behind them was too huge. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. One of the demonic Path Gu immortals braced himself and said, Senior, we were the first to discover this resource. This is an indisputable fact. When you and Lord Pai Shuihan set the rules, we were there. My demonic path has always been unbridled. Why would we care about rules? We care about rules and everything. Why don't you join the righteous path? Moreover, who do you think you are? Only Pai Shuihan has the qualifications to talk about rules with me. Fan Yuan's aura was fierce. The two strength path giant hands slowly moved forward, showing off their might. The two demonic Path Gu immortals were directly lectured by Fan Yuan. They did not dare to make a sound, but they were reluctant to leave. The other demonic Path Gu immortal seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly said, Senior! These regretful spiders are very useful to me. I have been searching for them bitterly. Why don't I use an equivalent piece of information to exchange for it? Oh? What information? Fan Yuan slowly stopped his strength path giant hands. This information is related to Minuscule Mountain. The demonic Path Gu immortal who spoke just now spoke bluntly. Minuscule Mountain, ha ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed, threatening again. All right, I will exchange with you. I hope your information is true, otherwise, true, it is definitely true. Junior came from that direction. With Junior's cultivation level, I could not break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior, it was simply left for you. Saying so, this demonic path Gu Immortal transmitted his voice to Fan Yuan, telling him the details of the information. Fan Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit after hearing it. He said slowly, "All right, I will listen to this information for now. Whether it is true or not, I still need to verify it. You want to give me all the regretful spiders you just obtained? Senior, you!" The demonic path Gu Immortal stared with wide eyes, his face turning red from anger. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly, saying as if it was a matter of course, "How do I know if your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are my guarantee. Don't worry, I only want these, the rest is yours. Senior, you want 20% of the total regretful spiders here with just one sentence." The demonic path Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The other demonic path Gu Immortal stood at the side, laughing inwardly. If Fan Yuan wanted the regretful spiders in the deep pool, he would definitely cooperate with the extorted demonic path Gu Immortal to resist Fan Yuan. But now, Fan Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket. This was different. The regretful spiders in the immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten. It was hard to spit them out, they belonged to the Gu Immortal. The indifferent demonic path Gu Immortal saw that Fan Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the Gu Immortal's situation beside him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal saw that the person beside him did not move. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river. It was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. "All right, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry, time is pressing," Fan Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I?" The extorted demonic path Gu Immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. "What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old, do I still need to deceive you two juniors?" Fan Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, 2 strength path giant hands flew out. Chapter 806. A total of 4 strength path giant hands floated in the air. Female signed the 2 demonic path Gu Immortals could not help but take a step back. The mental pressure that Fan Yuan gave them was too great. The situation was weaker than the person. What could they do? The demonic path Gu Immortal's expression fluctuated, but he still admitted defeat and handed over the regretful spiders to Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan took them, he immediately flew away, not continuing the fight. The 2 demonic path Gu Immortals let out a sigh of relief. The one who was extorted had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at Fan Yuan's departing figure and cursed. "This old demon, I look forward to seeing you die there." "Hush, hush, how can you be sure he has no listening methods? Be careful, he might come back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path Gu Immortal quickly waved his hand and advised. The 2 glanced at each other, stunned, but quickly reacted and flew away, pulling apart some distance. At the next moment, the 2 competed intensely, attacking the deep pool without saying a word, using all their strength to plunder the regretful spiders inside. "Minuscule mountain, crimson sea ha!" Fan Yuan flew straight, rapidly approaching the location mentioned in the information. He had not planned to plunder the regretful spiders, because he lacked an effective method to capture them. The regretful spiders had little value to him. He had already given up on the plan. To think that after extortion, not only did he save time, he immediately obtained a large batch of regretful spiders. He even obtained an important piece of information. Fan Yuan guessed in private, feeling that this information was quite reliable. Mini-Man were a type of variant humans. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of mini-mans. Their foundation. This was recorded in the legends of Renzu. Mini-mans had thin transparent wings on their backs. Usually only the size of a finger, they lived by plucking nectar or sucking the juices of plants. Every type of variant human. They all had special abilities that made them stronger than humans. For example, hairy men were naturally skilled at goo refinement, rock men lived underground and were skilled at mining, rock men even had all kinds of ores growing on their bodies. Snowmen were resistant to the cold, ink men were knowledgeable, mini-mans were skilled at cultivating plants, Where they lived, the vegetation would be lush and the flowers would bloom all year round. The 4 seasons never wither. More importantly, although Fangsun Mountain is small, it is a genuine mountain. It requires a large amount of earth and qi to stabilize the mountain. Such a legendary mountain was a huge burden in the immortal aperture. Gu immortals cannot carry it with them all the time. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not owned by a Gu immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Gu immortal's immortal aperture was inside the body. The amount of heaven and earth qi inside was limited. If minuscule mountain was stored in such an immortal aperture for a long time, it would be destroyed. It would absorb a large amount of earth qi to maintain the legendary mountain, causing the immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi to become unbalanced. Thus, Mount Innerheart spent most of its time. They all landed in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Why? Because Jade Pool Blessed Land was planted on the ground all year round, it was constantly absorbing the endless heaven and earth qi of northern plains. He didn't fear the burden of Mount Innerheart at all. It was the same for Fan Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth energy. Otherwise, the mountain would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was planted on Tianti Mountain. It was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. It was not afraid of Danghun Mountain's expenditure. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Gu immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the immortal aperture's small world. Beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fan Yuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Luan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fan Yuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool, they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here, they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fan Yuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope, she said to He Lulan. Fan Yuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves, he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by. He Lulan had suffered at Fan Yuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fan Yuan. Sure enough, at the next moment, Fan Yuan slowly descended from the sky, quickly approaching them. His target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered. Her expression sank. Fan Yuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary. It was not eye-catching. But Fan Yuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path Gu Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Gu immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fan Yuan activated his defenses and was about to enter, when two figures appeared not far away. Fan Yuan, wait! Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you too! Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end, he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fan Yuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Gu immortal. She had thick skin, she continued. That's right. This place was named Captivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. In the deep sea of flowers, there were beautiful purples and reds. The flowers were fragrant. Tens of thousands of purple poison heart rotting flowers were about to bloom. Oh? Fan Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He only said there were illusion realm peach trees, but did not mention the quantity. As for the grass on the ground and purple poison heart-rotting flowers, they were not even mentioned. Grass on the ground was very ordinary, but there were so many of them. There was definitely grass on the ground Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect. It could make living beings fall asleep instantly. Purple poison heart-rotting flowers would often produce a kind of heart-rotting goo. This goo was colorless and formless. It was a trace of fragrance that could intoxicate people, but it could corrode their hearts. But these were just inconveniences to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not cultivate poison path, and did not have any defensive methods in his strength path cultivation, but he had an immortal zombie body. He was very resistant to poison. In his body, there was also a poison path immortal goo, woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw that although Fan Yuan was listening attentively, his expression was indifferent, so she said, "There are many of them, but to us Gu immortals, they are only slightly troublesome. But the truth is, in the illusion realm peach forest, there is a peach wolf group, there are close to 30 of them. And this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation. At the deepest part is minuscule mountain. There are Gu immortals guarding minuscule mountain, their auras are uncertain, their numbers are unknown." Fan Yuan was moved. Peach Wolf was a desolate beast, it had rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. A group of peach wolves. It was like a group of Gu immortals. Minuscule mountain was the base of the Miniman. The Gu immortals on the mountain were Miniman Gu immortals, no matter how many there were. Just one was a problem. Desolate beasts had low intelligence, but variant human Gu immortals did not lose to human Gu immortals. Whether they had intelligence or not, their threat was on a completely different level. Fan Yuan realized, no wonder the two girls were hiding outside. He sized up the two in front of him. Fan Yuan's gaze was shrewd and sharp. He immediately found that even though Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had been dealt with, he could still see some traces of intense battle. Fairy Li Shan is a woodpath Gu immortal. Needless to say, Minuscule Mountain and the Miniman tribe are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like captivating sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength far exceeds her normal state. They charged into the depths of the flower sea, but were still forced back. Captivating sea's defense is tight, it far exceeds my most optimistic estimate. Fan Yuan did not change his expression, lightning flashed in his shrewd mind, he could see through the surface and think of many truths. Fan Yuan, if you act alone, you will not have much effect. Earlier, we took advantage of their carelessness to find a gap in the Peach Wolf group and sneak in. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses inside are definitely tight. Only if we work together can we take down this fat piece of meat. He Lulan urged. Fairy Li Shan also added, Fan Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal Gu pulling mountain. We can cooperate, I am determined to obtain Minuscule Mountain, don't worry, with my foundation, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Fan Yuan did not agree immediately, he lowered his head and fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, he shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this fat piece of meat is the hardest bone. Minuscule Mountain is good, but time is limited. I do not want to fight to the death here. I urge you to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside, it is easy to take them, why take the risk? What? Fan Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading. Fan Yuan, since we found Minuscule Mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended, and most importantly, there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place, even if we have all the demonic path Gu immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, saying, Fan Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is minuscule mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire Jade Pool blessed land. Ha ha ha, fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Fang Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop! The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, his face was covered, he stood proudly in the sky. There were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared. After entering the water, it did not dare to fight Fang Yuan, it swam deeper into the water. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal goo pulling water! Fang Yuan's body shook, he stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up, it was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. After Fang Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen. It was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it. They raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan was excited. He started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Fang Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal goo, it was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed goo worms. In the jewel yellow skies, goo immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now, it is mine, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated pulling water immortal goo without stopping for a moment. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal goo, otherwise, he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam bam bam. Far away, the sounds of goo immortals fighting could be heard. As Fang Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking captivating sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Innerheart. In this world, things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice. Especially Fangsuan Mountain, it was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal goo was Mountain Pledge goo. It was an information path goo immortal. But looking at their battle, they mostly used woodpath methods. It was evident that he cultivated woodpath. His immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in the legends of Rinzhu increased the attractiveness of minuscule mountain. But to take away Fangsuan Mountain, how could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult, and the hope was very slim. That demonic path goo immortal told this information to Fang Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already goo immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of captivating sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge. How could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path goo immortals had their own way of doing things. Fang Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Taichio, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path goo immortals, How could Dong Fang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over minuscule mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great, so great that the Gu immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Fan Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water. Its eyes were red as it attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had expected this, for strength path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Fan Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Fan Yuan's strength path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Fan Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but Fan Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources, and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lulan's side was still coming from afar, but Fan Yuan did not even look back. He flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They are known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dong Fang tribe has more than 10 literature carps! Fan Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were rare in number. They were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu immortals could not catch them without specific methods. They could only watch and sigh. Fan Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool. They were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he was fearless against Fan Yuan. "Who are you?" Fan Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Qian." The demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. Fan Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. "Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring. You actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu immortal Zhou Qian laughed. "Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior, but Junior has some attainments in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even Free Scholar, Hei Qing, and female immortal Li Yao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant." Fan Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm. He had trump cards. He had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu immortals who specialized in movement. They were usually undefeatable. they could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fan Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle strength, Immortal Goo, and true solid bat wings, it was not an immortal killer move. He was still inferior to Zhou Qian. Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here, don't fall into my hands in the future. Fan Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone. Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal. Junior does not have many requests. Fan Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words. He moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu immortal for no reason. He did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fan Yuan's words hit Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fan Yuan left Zhou Ping, flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small. There were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish. They had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish. They were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right. They only floated up and down, like balloons in the water. Fan Yuan had raised this fish before. It was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fan Yuan had a hard time. He was short of funds. He had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms. A portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all goo immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small. In terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fan Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path goo immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated pulling water immortal goo and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fan Yuan's third most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves! You dared to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight! At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded. Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind! Chapter 808. As it turned out, in Taichio battlefield, after Fan Yuan and the rest left, Dongfang Naganori gradually suppressed his internal threat. The battle situation improved. He was astute. Not long after Fan Yuan left, he immediately realized this situation. He immediately guessed that these 3 mysterious black-robed goo immortals were likely to attack his base. However, he had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was not worried. He was happy to see these demonic path goo immortals split up. He could deal with Free Scholar with ease. But soon, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with Thatched Hut. This shock was no small matter. Thatched Hut was Dongfang tribe's #1 treasure. It was set up by Dongfang Naganori with great care. Even rank 8 goo immortals could last for some time. How could he have lost contact with him without a sound? Dongfang Naganori immediately changed his strategy. He gave up on Taichio battlefield and rushed back to his base. Free Scholar saw that Dongfang Naganori was escaping. He chased after him. Dongfang Naganori did not tell Kenyang Laojun about the final crucial step. The latter followed Dongfang Naganori, fighting as he moved. The two flew while fighting in the sky. The battlefield moved rapidly. After wasting a lot of time, they finally arrived at Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched Hut was nowhere to be seen. Jade Pool Blessed Land was also destroyed. There was a huge hole in it. Seeing that the demonic path Gu immortals were plundering resources without restraint, Dongfang Naganori was furious. He saw that enslavement path Gu immortal Chia Shermin was using a unique method to capture Dongfang tribe's Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori was so angry that countless star thoughts emerged from his head, causing his hair to fall off. He was truly seething with anger. Demonic path scoundrel, this is unforgivable! Unforgivable! Dongfang Chang Fan pointed with his finger, disregarding the huge expenditure of immortal essence. He activated his trump card killer move, Hataru. He Lu Lan and the rest were still attacking Captivating Sea when they saw countless flying stars raining down. It was as if snowflakes were fluttering in the wind and the stars were dazzling. Such a beautiful scene caused everyone to be extremely vigilant, and they hurriedly stopped what they were doing and changed their attacks. They flew up into the sky and charged towards Dongfang Naganori. The current situation was very different from Taichio. On the battlefield of Taichio, a group of demonic path Gu immortals fought intensely and competed with each other for a wisdom path inheritance. However, Dongfang Naganori's possession had left this wisdom path inheritance in his mind. There was little hope of successfully seizing the inheritance. But now, in the vast Jade and Blessed Land, countless resources were open for anyone to take. As long as he killed Dongfang Naganori, he would be able to reap the benefits. Thus, the demonic path Gu immortals swept away the restraints of their internal strife and attacked together with high spirits. There was a feeling of unity. The demonic path Gu immortals attacked together. Dongfang Naganori's expression turned ugly as he felt immense pressure. Blocking left and right, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Kill him. The whole of Jade and Blessed Land will be ours. Half Moon Brute Master shouted. Besides this Jade and Blessed Land, there is also that old scoundrel Dongfang's Wisdom Path inheritance. That is the number 1 Wisdom Path inheritance in Northern Plains. Peacock Flying Immortal Hero's eyes shined brightly. I can even give up on the Wisdom Path inheritance, I only want his possession method. Pai Shuihan had a cold expression. His hands did not stop moving, his attacks were like an avalanche. Dongfang Naganori retreated rapidly, but with Kenyang Laojuan's help, he stabilized his footing. Being suppressed like this, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit. Obtaining a chance to breathe, he raised his head and laughed in anger. I will make all of you die here. The moment he said that, the whole of Jade and Blessed Land shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook. The demonic path Gu immortals were shocked to find that their mortal killer moves had all lost their effect. Dongfang Naganori had been the supreme grand elder of the Dongfang tribe for many years and had a lot of authority over the Jade Pool Blessed Land. Although Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land and he could not control everything, the authority he had was enough to make Jade Pool Blessed Land reject these demonic path Gu immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang tribe. Since Dongfang Naganori was fighting here, he naturally had the geographical advantage. Previously, it was only because the owner wasn't home that the robbers came. The demonic path Gu immortals' attacks immediately weakened. Dongfang Naganori did not follow up with another attack, instead flying down through a gap. He directly swooped down to the forbidden land of Capricorn Sea and broke the illusion. The Sea of Flowers and Peach Forest were in a mess, and the Peach Wolf pack had been killed to the point where only 2 or 3 were left. There were a few wolf corpses that had not been collected in time and had fallen under the peach trees. It was a tragic sight. Dongfang Naganori's heart ached when he saw this. This was the accumulation of so many years of hard work. He endured the pain as he shouted, Brother Fang, I have protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We made an agreement to watch out for each other. There has never been a day where I was bullied. But now is the moment of life and death for my tribe. I need your help. Dongfang Naganori's voice reverberated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a sharp voice also resounded in the air, replying, That is how it should be. Saying so, everyone saw a jade green light shoot up from the Sea of Capricorn Flowers, landing in Dongfang Yuliang's hand. The jade green light dissipated and a miniature mountain appeared. It was Minuscule Mountain. This is Minuscule Mountain. The demon's gazes shined brightly. Pai Shui-han, He Lulan, and the rest, however, had solemn expressions. Hearing the conversation between Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman-gu immortal, Minuscule Mountain did not belong to Dongfang tribe, but the Miniman tribe and Dongfang tribe had an agreement and became allies. To be able to become allies with a super force like Dongfang tribe, the Miniman tribe naturally had the corresponding foundation and strength. With Minuscule Mountain in hand, Dongfang Naganori laughed heartily as he looked at the demonic cultivators with a sharp gaze. He did not hesitate, the anger in his heart urged him to take revenge. Today is the day you die. Dongfang Naganori held Minuscule Mountain in one hand as he formed hand seals with the other, manipulating Hataru as he charged towards the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight moved, creating a huge blue wave. His robe fluttered, he was like an immortal. His aura surged as the hearts of the demonic path immortals shook. Heavenly flowers dimmed. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice Dragon Lock. Strength Path Giant Hand. Rank 7 battle strength experts attacked together. 4 immortal killer moves attacked Dongfang Naganori at the same time. Mortal killer moves could not be used. Only immortal killer moves were effective. Final Afterglow Kenyang Lao Jun thought silently as he used them on himself and Dongfang Naganori. Next, he waved his sleeves and threw out Life-Chasing Fire. Life-Chasing Fire attacked Free Scholar who posed the greatest threat. The latter was forced to retreat. He was in a mess. Free Scholar shouted in anger. This had happened many times. Life-Chasing Fire forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to increase his rank. Dongfang Naganori had struggled on the border of life and death countless times, but he did not die. 1,000 disintegrations dissipated, but the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flowers charged towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori raised Minuscule Mountain in his hand. The 3 killer moves of the demonic path Gu immortals became weaker the closer they got to Minuscule Mountain. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake. The Strength Path Giant Hand shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. The Heavenly Flowers dimmed not because of others, but because of themselves. Their petals started to wither. Eventually, these attacks landed in front of Dongfang Naganori. He waved his sleeves and easily blocked them. Immortal killer move, turn big into small. Pai Shuihan's expression was grim. He exposed the enemy's method. It turned out that the Fang Miniman Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Small. He led the Miniman tribe to ally with Dongfang tribe, to obtain space for his tribe to survive. Now that he made his move, he displayed an extraordinary technique that actually had the power to suppress the group of demons. The demons frowned. He Lulan felt regret. If she had known that Minuscule Mountain was so strong, she would not have fought to the death. The demons attacked Captivating Sea. Even though they destroyed the Peach Wolf group, it was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use this killer move. The situation is quite troublesome. To solve this problem, it will depend on you, Free Scholar. Pai Shui-han turned around and said to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snorted coldly. At the crucial moment, who else can you rely on other than me? Pai Shui-han's eyelids twitched, but he did not retort. Free Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Resolve. He also had the Immortal Killer move 1,000 disintegrations. Against Rule Path, using Rule Path was the most effective method. Immediately, with Free Scholar at the lead, the demons fought intensely against Dongfang Naganori, Kenyan Lao Jun, and the Miniman Gu Immortal. The demons attacked one after another, fighting for an opportunity for Free Scholar. Free Scholar grabbed the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations, targeting Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 disintegrations clashed, turning big into small. It was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6. My small Gu is rank 7, how can it defeat me? The Miniman Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard from Minuscule Mountain. He was full of smugness. Free Scholar's expression was grim, but he could not retort. His foundation was too shallow compared to the Miniman tribe. The situation was disadvantageous to the demonic path. Dong Fang Naganori had minuscule mountain, he also had Kenyan Lao Juan's protection, he was undefeatable. As long as Hataru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory, he would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains' Gu immortal world with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly, but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic path Gu immortals were lone wolves, they considered everything for themselves, they did not want to expend too much energy, it was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic path Gu immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away!" The demons looked towards the source of the voice, they saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Fan Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Fan Yuan in anger. "Fan Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now, they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat, everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat, he even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 809. How can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Fan Yuan, reprimanding. "My literature carp group, my fish group!" Zhou Qian shouted angrily. "We are fighting a difficult battle here, but you are taking benefits from us? Taking advantage of us?" Pai Shuihan's eyes shined with a dark light, his tone was cold. "My literature carp group, give me back my fish group!" Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. "The urgent matter now is to kill Dong Fang Naganori. By then, wouldn't we have everything?" Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. "Damn it, give me back my fish group, I want justice!" Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret, if he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands, as if he was just a housekeeper. "All of you, shut up! If you continue like this, I will beat you up!" Fan Yuan was very fierce, his aura surged, there was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. "You!" Zhou Qian's eyes were wide open, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, he had to show his fierceness, to prevent these demonic path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, if they really fought, he had 2 mysterious companions. "Forget about that rank 6 black robe Gu immortal, the crucial thing is this rank 7, she might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan." Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dong Fang tribe. She promised not to harm Dong Fang tribe. But now, she is here, no wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestors Shui Hu. Everyone knew that old ancestors Shui Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dong Fang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Fan Yuan of course knew what the Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons, and successfully monopolized the group of prose carps. Just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words. While everyone's impression was deepening, Dong Fang Chang Fan suddenly lost control again. Dong Fang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Fan Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dong Fang Yikong's. He shouted at Fan Yuan, "Scoundrel, you actually dared to take away my literature carp! I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me. Do you know how much I had to pay for these pearls, Carp? I want you to die a horrible death!" he shouted as he flew towards Fang Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dong Fang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing! Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly, and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed the flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dong Fang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kenyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the Pros Carp group was taken away by Fang Yuan, Dong Fang Yikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dong Fang Yuliang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality, they were only different in quantity. Dong Fang Yuliang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dong Fang tribe Gu immortals. Dong Fang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised minuscule mountain and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fang Yuan shouted from afar. "What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated. Why don't you take this chance to kill him?" The other demonic path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, Lu Qingming, Hirua, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dong Fang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dong Fang Naganori was huge. Kenyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dong Fang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dong Fang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dong Fang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. "Dong Fang Naganori, what happened to you?" At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking. The Miniman Gu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. "It's fine," Dong Fang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. "You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you?" The Miniman Gu immortal was going crazy. "Persevere!" Kenyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dong Fang Naganori. "I will stop him." Fairy Li Shan stood up and blocked Kenyang Laojun. Fairy Li Shan had once made an alliance agreement with Dong Fang Naganori. She was using a special method to suppress the backlash of the agreement. Even so, when she was fighting earlier, her attacks were all directed towards Kenyang Laojun. The battle suddenly became fierce. The demonic path wanted to take advantage of the enemy's mistake to eliminate Dong Fang Naganori. As long as Dong Fang Naganori died, Jade Pool Blessed Land would no longer be in control. The demonic path Gu immortal's battle strength would not be suppressed. Even if Kenyang Laojun and Minuscule Mountain remained, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Dongfang Naganori's side persevered. As long as they could regroup with Kenyang Laojun, they would still have the advantage. In such an intense battle, Fan Yuan was at the edge of the battlefield, plundering the resources in the deep pool. Fan Yuan's act of slacking made the demonic path Gu immortals extremely furious. They shouted and criticized him. Fan Yuan, however, spoke with conviction. What do you know? This is a battle tactic. It is to trigger the Gu immortal wills that are suppressed in his body, to make that old scoundrel Dongfang make a mistake again. Isn't this battle situation because of me? Quickly cooperate, don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. When Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face was distorted with anger. Pai Shuihan was filled with anger. He felt that at this moment, he was no longer an ice and water Gu immortal, he was a fire path cultivator. But Fan Yuan's words were the truth, none of the demonic path Gu immortals could refute him. Divine Lord Tiandu, however, voiced out everyone's thoughts. Why are you plundering the heart of a gentleman while we are fighting here? The mini-man Gu immortal shouted from minuscule mountain. What do you mean by measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick? Humph, this is discrimination against us mini-mans. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes moved as he said. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this battle tactic. I will cooperate too. As he spoke, he withdrew himself from the battle and flew towards a deep pool below. Pai Shuihan shouted in anger. Get back here! Free Scholar breathed roughly as he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping cried out in pain. He suffered a heavy blow, and almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed to continue. Victory and defeat were already hanging by a thread. If everyone tried to gain benefits, who would attack Dongfang Naganori? Free Scholar shouted coldly. This is the crucial moment. If anyone tries to escape for no reason, I will kill them regardless of the enemy ahead. He lost his composure in anger. He started to curse. Zhou Ping, why are you still not joining the battle? Do you want me to attack too? Pai Shuihan's voice was cold as he threatened. Zhou Ping lowered his head. His face was filled with anger and hatred. He gritted his teeth and could only return. Fan Yuan could not do anything to him, but that did not mean the other rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. The other demonic path Gu immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They rejoiced, but were also furious. Why could Fan Yuan plunder resources, but they could not? With battle strength. Fan Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Even if Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar wanted to punish Fan Yuan, they did not have the strength to do so. It was not the time. But the other rank 6 Gu immortals, do you dare to play tricks in front of me? Do you really think I, the great Gu immortal, is so easy to fool? Which Gu immortal who reached this level was not astute? But to fool others, one needed to have the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. She snorted coldly at Fan Yuan. Number 7, come here, we will fight together. Fan Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment, he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now, he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him, he had to continue acting. On Fairy Li Shan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle, while Kenyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu immortal. Be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 810. Fan Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kenyang Laojun. Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of the life-chasing fire. But even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fan Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless groups strength Gu and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, Each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence, and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now, the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high. This won't do. Fairy, block him first, I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea, to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kenyang Laojun. Her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time? It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious. While fighting intensely, she replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily, the Free Scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Li Shan and the others. There were also some gains. In the entire demonic Dao community, he, the Free Scholar, contributed the most, but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically, and he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state, and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ha! Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could a mortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all, and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palms slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu masters. In an instant, he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people! My family! I want to protect them! When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly. They unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them. He charged downwards. His desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the mini-man grew immortal curse, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up minuscule mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons, countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you! The mini-man-gu immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fan Yuan saw that this plan worked. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty. There were only a few Gu immortals chasing after him. There was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kenyang Lao Jun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death. He took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape? Fan Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious. They did not have the mood to argue with Fan Yuan. They shouted angrily. Chase him! Don't let him escape! At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape. He tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kenyang Lao Jun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Li Shan. At once, both sides were like headless flies, flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu immortals in flying. These Gu immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method. Gu immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick, kill some Dongfang Gu masters! Make him make a mistake! Free Scholar shouted. Fan Yuan was already doing it. He used his strength path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time, someone shouted. Chia Shermin captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wants to sell them as slaves. Chia Shermin was furious. These were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. Chia Shermin! Free Scholar shouted as he chased. Make the sacrifice, we will compensate you double after the battle, Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Chia Shermin wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious. They showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills. The key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal rank 5. He had a deeper connection with his tribesmen. Every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kenyang Lao Jun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle. Fairy Li Shan could not stop Kenyang Lao Jun. They managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes. They had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions. Even while flying, rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Lao Jun suffered countless attacks. He was covered in injuries. His beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kenyang Lao Jun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. Retreat! We cannot stay here for long! Kenyang Lao Jun sighed, transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. Where there is life, there is hope. The mini-man Gu immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on. He quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat. He looked at Jade Pool Blessed Land with reluctance. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing. A true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time, Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Another Dongfang tribe's gathering point, Dongfang Naganori. Watch carefully, I am going to kill them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this. Dongfang Naganori was enraged. Myriad path flying stars slammed down. Fan Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head on, he immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, it fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed, not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me, I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness, their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end, they had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established. They could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him! The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them, the rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew, everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast, there was no end to them, they gradually pulled apart from each other. Fan Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle's strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group, there was Dongfang Naganori, Kenan Laojun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hira. In the second group, there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fan Yuan, Lu Qingming, Xie Shimin, and Divine Lord Tiandu. As for Half-Moon Broodmaster, Zhuizhan, Shiho, and the rest, they were already left far behind, there was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kenan Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly. I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you, teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks, my patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step, we just need to spend time, energy, and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kenan Laojun, afraid that he would target him. He could only impart the possession method to him. Kenan Laojun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hira. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence. He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tiandu looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, "Everyone, please continue to fight. I'm powerless." If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. "Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave, I will lure them away." After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Mini-Mangu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Mini-Mangu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. "You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet." However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the mountain of mind and heart. "Brother Fang, there's no need to say any more. Take care! Mountain of mind and heart!" Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Li Shan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the Mini-Mangu Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her. He chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shehan, and Xie Shimin chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Li Shan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the two enemies. His speed rose. He quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shuihan was anxious. He shouted at Xie Shimin, "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Xie Shimin's movement killer move was a chariot. It was emitting the aura of an immortal gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives. His goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use them now. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands. Let's fight. You cannot escape," Xie Shimin said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly. He continued to fly forward. Xie Shimin killed the 13th captive. He finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat. He controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock. They shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either demonic path or righteous path. Some obstructed them, some chased after them, while others retreated. They did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later, only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shehan, and Xie Shimin were left. "If I don't die, I will definitely repay you." Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart. He was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest, however, had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with. Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times. They could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat. No matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Xie Shimin killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. "What do we do?" Pai Shehan, Fang Yuan, and Xie Shimin looked at each other. They saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. "If you have any methods, use them now, otherwise it will be too late," Xie Shimin said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shehan shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope. They had to use their immortal essence wisps wisely. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fan Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Jie Shimin roared. As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him, it won't be too late to search his soul. Fan Yuan and the rest closed in, but at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. Not good, it's a trap. Fan Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fan Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Jie Shimin's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Jie Shimin's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded, the war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fan Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. Chase me again, Jie Shimin will be your example. Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier, it was just an act, it was a trap. Jie Shimin was an enslavement path Gu immortal, he had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly, he became numb and was killed in one hit. Chase! He's bluffing! Pai Shuihan stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fan Yuan chased relentlessly. This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fan Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Jie Shimin's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Jie Shimin's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time, Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fan Yuan and Pai Shuihan did not have much hope. But soon, there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fan Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fan Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered, a figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This? Fan Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted. Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal Gu, to think it was true. The two figures had the same aura, they were exactly the same, they split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fan Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fan Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fan Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Fan Yuan quickly took out the Dongfang Gu master captive from his immortal aperture, shouting again. Dongfang Naganori, I am going to kill your tribesmen again. Fan Yuan had used his strength path giant hands to attack the gathering points, killing a large number of Dongfang tribesmen. During this process, he secretly hid many captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Naganori ignored him. Fan Yuan's hopes were dashed. He could not distinguish them, he could only grit his teeth and randomly choose the one on the left, continuing to chase after it. Along the way, after a while, Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards two different directions. Fan Yuan felt bad. What could he do if this continued? But his immortal essence was almost expended. The strength path giant hands flew slowly, ordinary mortal killer moves could not even touch Dong Fong Naganori's clothes. R1152. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.